The City of Southport Board of Aldermen workshop and agenda review meeting is now called to order April 1st, April 11th, two ones, April 11th, 2023. I would like to call on Reverend Alderman Lowe Davis for our invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand.
Let us pray. Creator God, most merciful and loving God, we thank you for the many countless blessings you bestow on Southport in the past, now, and in the future. Today, especially, though, we ask that you bestow your comfort and give strength to the family of Heather Hemphill, our colleague, in this time of sorrow, but also in this time of passing to your glory. Amen.
I
Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Reverend Davis, and again, the blessings of Southport, true, and our condolences to Heather Hemphill and her family. Item D, approval of the agenda with the addition of budget amendments. You have them in front of you to be item 2. We'll just discuss them first, move them up so the staff can answer your questions, and then they can get back to City Hall. So I'll entertain a motion to accept the agenda as written with the addition of budget amendments. I heard multiple, and that is very good. So, Alderman Alt.
I have a question about some of the consent agenda. So are we going to do that separately, sir?
There's no consent agenda. We're on the agenda right now. There's no consent agenda per se.
What we're doing is moving up the 2 items from the consent agenda that I knew there were questions on up front, because I need to get Melanie and Brandon back to work on the budget. So as soon as we're done with the first item, we'll go to the second, and then they can go help us get our budget together.
Okay, is there a motion? Okay, Alderman Allen, second by Mr. Lombardi. All in favor? Okay, any opposed? All right, motion carried unanimously. Thank you. All right, item 1 will be the wastewater treatment plant expansion debt. As you know, we have been going with regionalization of our sewer system. We started this in 2019 with Hazen and Sawyer, working with the county, upgrading our system, and this is an ongoing process. So I'll call on our city manager for a further update.
Normally I'd go up there, but we're kind of boxed in here right now. So first of all, I want to thank Walter Goldsmith, who's behind me. Hi, Walter, I can't even see you. And David Cheatwood, who's here from First Tryon. They're our financial advisors. They were on the call with the Local Government Commission, along with Melanie Trexler and Dory Dutton and myself, and also our bond counsel, Paul Billow. And we had close to a 2-hour conversation with the Local Government Commission about the expansion of the wastewater plant. Walter and Dave gave an overview of what they were recommending in their financial plan for how we would try to fill the gap based on the last bid we received, that we were missing about $27 million. And after that presentation, it was an interesting process for me because I don't know anything about the Local Government Commission, so I had a lot to learn. Basically, they didn't come out directly and say it, but I would certainly, and I think all of us concur, that the message from them was, we do not think that Southport can afford those rates in order to have a $27 million increase in the bond, the revenue bond. So From there, I kept asking them, because they say it has to be affordable, and I kept asking them, what's your definition of affordable? They would not answer that question. All they said is that we have to prove that it is affordable. So if we decided to go that route, that is what we would have to be a challenge with our financial advisors and the bond counsel to try to put a plan together that the LGC would say yes to. But personally, I don't think that's what they're going to do. Later on in the week, we had a meeting with Steve Stone, our county manager, the county finance director, the county attorney, and then Dory and Melanie and I again about what happened at that LGC meeting. I think all of you realize that the county manager was asking all of you to come up with how much debt you're willing to pay. And basically, we all came to the conclusion that that's not what we need from you right now, because we don't think they're going to approve anything. Even if the county were to sell the revenue bonds for us, we have to still pay them back. And the local government commission, I don't think is going to allow that to happen because of the raise in rates. Steve Stone, the county manager, said that he got that feeling from them also when the county met with the LGC. And so at this point, that's not the question, what's in front of you. With the meeting with the 3 representatives from the LGC, what we did here was they feel that there needs to be a merger of the 2 entities. And we told them that we have a merger feasibility study. It's over a year off before we're ever going to finish this thing. And they also felt very strongly that we need to upgrade our sewer and water systems so that the county will readily accept the systems. So actually, the question that now would be before you and would be taken up Thursday is whether you are willing to even think about doing a merger. For some reason, the county, and I'm sure there's a history here, is under the impression that Southport does not or would not ever consider merging with the county. And I said, that's kind of interesting since we're doing a study. So I said I'd be glad to go to the board and have them give some type of a support that once we receive the report, obviously depending on what it says, that we would then move forward with trying to merge with the county. The county manager, he feels that the county would be readily available and would think they would want to support this. And at the same time, LGC wants us to keep improving our infrastructure and get it upgraded. Now, since then, and since the financial advisors gave the plan to you, we received notification that we received more money, and this is for the wastewater, if I can find it, and here it is. This would be for the evaluation and rehab of the wastewater system. State revolving loan of $8,544,320, repayable at a 1.94% interest. And we would have to go in front of the LGC to get them approved for this. But, and I'm sure I'm going to have Walter and David weigh in, I think they would be more readily available to say yes to this than they would be to say, make up the gap of the 27 million, because this is exactly what they asked us to do, which is to continue upgrading the entire system. So personally, I would recommend that at this point, that you would give the intent that you are supportive of looking at merging with the county for these systems. And secondly, that we would then go to the LGC and give them a plan to accept the $8,544,000 so we can continue upgrading the rehab system. I'm just trying to see if I left anything out. I think that was pretty much, and I also gave you an update of where they are, Wooten, with the merger study. They have a big meeting coming up with the county on that too. So I think that's it, and we can entertain, I'm sure you have lots, my head was spinning at the end of this one. It really was. Because in some ways I just felt we were trying to pull things out of LGC, so. That's all I can tell you right now, and Melanie's here, and Dory's here if you have any questions, and of course, our financial planners are here also.
Okay, thank you for that report, and we'll, before anyone has any questions, again, we have been working on this as a board since 2019 in terms of regionalization of our services, and then upgrading our system. It needed to be upgraded anyway. I guess they didn't see House Street when it was torn up, and we were replacing those pipes, which is part of that upgrade. And I guess no one remembers that, which is good. I probably shouldn't have brought it up, but and that will have to continue on the west side, and we have money to do that. So we're upgrading our system. We're regionalizing. It's the right thing to do. And when it's upgraded, we do want to merge, because as the city manager said, why would we have a merger feasibility study? So does anyone have any questions for our city manager or for Melanie in this regard?
Or for the financial.
Or the financial gentleman up top?
Just real quick, the feasibility study will give us the pros and cons
Correct.
of merger. One of the arguments against it that I keep hearing, I don't know that this is true, so I'll find out, is that our system is a significant capital asset, and we just be giving it away unless the county were going to pay us for it, which I think is a fantasy. But
Well-
that's just my thought. I don't know.
I mean, that's what's going to come out of the report. The one other quick thing I should mention, too, is that Steve Stone, the county manager, said they're going to move forward with this. And so they're going to have to come up with a plan that we're probably going to get a surcharge, something that's going to help pay for it until we can figure this all out. But they don't know what that is yet, so obviously I'd be back to you. But it's a quandary.
Yeah, I've always been in favor of merging with the county. I don't think we have any business being in the sewer business. So I certainly have to go that way.
Well, certainly before 2019, I could see what the county would have had an issue, but Mr. Mayor, I think you're correct. Since 19, we've been pretty consistent on this. I do have a question of the $8 million. How are we going to pay that back? Do we have to raise the rates again?
Yes, but I'd have to have Walter and David work on redoing the plan. Oops, sorry. I'd have to have Walter and David rework the plan. Gentlemen, I don't know if you have any thoughts on, next steps, but I would think we'd need to take out what you have already given to the board and then rework it with just the 8,500,000, whatever it is.
You're right, Bonnie, that would be the next step, is just taking out, what we were looking at as potentially $55 million of additional debt, and just putting in that additional $8.5 or $9 million that you sent us at the end of last week. And so we can do that. That would obviously lower the rate increases necessary to cover that. It still needs LGC approval. They'll still want to show that you have the revenues to cover that and what the rate impact would be, but that's obviously a much lower bar to get over versus $55 million of debt, but the same process, we would go through the same process.
And if I can, Mayor, Walter and David, did you have any other thoughts of that meeting that I might have missed? Because you've been through the LGC before a lot, so that's why I was just curious.
I agree with what you said, Bonnie. They were a little cryptic on certain things about what they would or wouldn't approve. I think they were very clear that they thought that this was a significant amount of debt for the city to take on, essentially $55 million, again, estimated. Even if the county issued that additional $25 million, and you all would still be paying for it. And so in their eyes, that's still really your debt, since that's something you would have to cover. And so I thought they were very clear that was a lot of debt, and the city would have to do a good job in proving that they could pay for that, and what the rate impact would be. Where she was a little cryptic with it, or they were a little cryptic with it, was just on would the LGC approve that if we showed the number and the city council was willing to implement the rate increases. Would the LGC still approve it? That's where I don't think there was clarity, but otherwise I thought you summarized it well. Walter, do you have anything else to
Thank you.
The 8.5 million, how much of that is, some of that is to continue the evaluation and some is to actually rehab the system? Is there a breakdown on that?
As far as I know, the entire thing is the rehab. We received a separate grant. It wasn't a loan for the merger, and so that's why that doesn't have to go to LGC. But this one would just to continue with the evaluation and an upgrade.
And that's in addition to the 10 million that we've already got that we've
Correct.
begun work on?
Now, the other thing is Emily, our grant writer, could technically apply for another round of funding come May 1st. In fact, I have a meeting with her this afternoon. But I don't know if that's going to be worth it if we're going to end up in the same boat, if you know what I mean. Because they're just going to say, well, great, you got the money, but guess what? We're not going to allow you to take it because you got to repay this thing. So I have a meeting with her this afternoon. And
That would be a grant.
Pardon?
Would be looking for a grant, but we didn't have.
No, it'd be another loan again.
Bonnie, the 10 million, and maybe this is a melody, I thought, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't 6 million of that a loan that we had to pay back? So my question is, okay, now we're talking about another 8 million. Is that 6 million? We set up the rates initially for the repayment of the $30 million, however you want to look at
Correct.
it. So then I don't know that have we adjusted the rates to pay for this 6 million in loan back, and then we're adding another 8 million. I'm just looking at rate impact and planning.
Yes, our last rate increases did include the $6 million loan to USDA. Yes, but this 8 million, this is where we had asked, we were applying for a grant, hoping that it would be grant out of this last ARPA money. But they ran out of grant money, but had loan money available, and so that's what they're offering us now is 8 million in loan money.
Could somebody refresh my memory as to, assuming we have $18 million there, how much can we get done with $18 million?
I'm not sure we're at the point where we know that yet. I mean, really, because they're still doing the evaluation. I would think in another few months we may have a better sense of that. But I think, again, it's always timing. All these projects started at once when some of it should have been in earlier, but shoulda, woulda, coulda, didn't happen. So we just don't have that answer, but it's going to be a lot of money. I will definitely say that because the system is very old.
And you said it's going to be another year before we finish the feasibility study. So we don't know if we have to do 100% rehab or some percentage of that until
Right.
we finish that and we negotiate with the county, right? I'm sorry, is that correct?
Yep. We might get it back in about 9 months, but, I don't know, it could be 9 months to a year. They know that we need this yesterday, that's for sure.
Any further questions?
Regards to the county, we're kind of waiting to hear back from them. I mean,
Oops, I'm
they
sorry.
are, it sounds like at least conceptually, they're willing to give us the extra time because last time Steve was in here, he was basically telling us we had no time. But they're basically willing to give us time, but there's probably going to be some kind of an adjustment to the charges that we're
Correct.
paying them for treating our wastewater.
I would guess they're going to wait till the bid gets open, and then they're going to find out, how much is that extra amount, and then come up with a plan they're going to have to give to us. But meanwhile, and I can write the resolution before you meet Thursday, if that resolution could say something to the effect how you are supporting the future consolidation with the county of sewer water, but also willing to move ahead with this $8 million, that would help me get started to get to the LGC and, Steve and the county being able to do because the LGC asked for letters of support from you guys and also from the county commissioner, so he's got to bring that to them, too.
I would certainly support having that resolution on the agenda. So. In a way, this is, I'm trying to find the good news in this. I think maybe there is a little bit. There is certainly greater uncertainty with this, which as human beings, we hate having to hold uncertainty, but hopefully there's a better plan out there than us, borrowing another $30 million, which is, kind of a last.
I don't know if there's
Gasp
a lot
effort.
of options right now. That's the hard part. Really is. There's just too many unknowns.
I really don't think we have much of an option here. We have to go forward with this and hope that, some unicorn's going to come down the street and give us some money, I guess, but.
I'm optimistic. It's the right thing to do. The county knows that at some point, regionalization is best for our customers and for our customer base. And instead of building the baseball field, they can use that $100 million to help us build the sewer. I'm sure y'all saw that. So, there's money out there. There's potential out there. And it's, and why should, if it's a county facility, the county should help with this in that regard and do the best we can to all work together so this does become a reality. So I think there is uncertainty, absolutely, but I think we should be optimistic that we move forward, we continue the discussion, and because it is the right thing to do. Southport, as Alderman Lombardi said, should not be in the sewer business. We should not be building our own plant and managing it and that type thing.
I support this idea of moving to the county system. I'm good there. I think that one of my challenges would be taking on debt of $8 million and not really knowing what we're going to do with it. We can throw it to sewer, but what are we actually going to spend it on? And if it only means rehabbing 2 of our, it just sounds like debt that I wouldn't necessarily be able to support.
What it gets spent on is going to be determined by the feasibility report, right?
Correct.
It's gonna outline, and essentially when the feasibility report's done, we're gonna have a plan of everything that's got to be done. Everything that's got to be done in order to get the county to accept our system. And I'm sure it's going to be a lot more than $8 million to do that. But it's not like we're just getting $8.5 million and we're gonna just throw it in the ground. We know it's going. We've got plenty of needs. It's gonna go to where it needs to go, which is upgrading the sewer system so we can merge with the county.
Let me get in touch with the engineers and see if I can have something Thursday of how far they think that would take us. I'll write something up, but basically it would be that you would like to move forward with studying the merger feasibility and that you would support doing a merger in the future with the county is A, and B, that you want the staff to move forward with working with our financial advisors and the LGC to allow for the grant to be the loan, to be accepted that we just received. So, I'll write it up, but it's something to that effect.
How long can we put off having the clock start for the repayment of the loan? In other words, how long can we put off taking the money?
I don't know, Melanie, you'd have a better sense than I.
Because for every year, if I'm doing the math right, it's $160,000 in interest that we're paying. So if we could push it off a little bit to get it closer to the feasibility study, we would save that money, if I'm My math is correct.
Except ARPA does have to be spent by 26 by federal law.
Right. But we haven't gotten that money yet, so there's a lot of hoops that we have to go through before we actually get that money. I mean, you have to have an engineering plan, you have to have everything in place. So we would only get that money when we needed it.
You've answered my question. Thank you.
Other questions for Ms. Trexler or the financial advisors or for the city manager?
And only one other thing is just if we could keep in mind what the repayment would be if, in fact, the merger feasibility study, the county said, oh, you need this, and then we had extra of it, could we just repay it back to them and not be responsible for it? So if we could just know what the repayment rules are around it.
I don't know, that I'd have to kind of take a look at. We can do that. I mean, I did speak to the city manager of Charlotte. They just merged their water system, and I said, what did you have to do in order to do the merger for upgrading your system? And she said nothing, which I found interesting. So we'll have to see what the feasibility study says. I think it was an old system, yeah.
And just as a refresher, refresh my memory, I believe I heard the county manager say that if this takes place and we merge, they assume our debt, and we do not have to pay it back. The county will pay it back via the rates that they charge you.
Correct.
So that'll be a huge thing off our backs if it ever happens.
Well, and just the economies of scale, once they take over, is a huge factor also. All right, any further questions? All right, very good.
Thank you, Walter and David.
Very good discussion, thank you. Item 2 will be the budget amendments, and I'll call on Melanie Trexler. Thank you.
Okay, so in front of you, you have the transfer budget amendment, which is just our annual cleanup of our budget, line items between, in the departments, and if there's any money that needs to be transferred between the departments to cover any shortages. So we did have a department, well, it's not really a department, but our waste, solid waste is running over budget, or at least I'm projecting it to be about $45,000 over budget. We'll be checking more into that today, because I sent Tom a question or two. But so there's enough money in some of the other departments that I just transferred from $20,000 out of the board budget, and the remaining amount is coming out of building and grounds budget to cover that shortfall in our solid waste. I'm sorry about that. I don't know what's happened to my throat here.
Randy, is there water? Oh, thank you. I didn't even see that. Huh?
Then the other two departments that I just did a transfer between was admin and finance, and that was to really move the money needed to cover the rest of the year for our human resources, moving from finance to admin. Other than that, they're just clean up within themselves, and that was it. Any questions about the transfer budget amendment?
I just had a question, but when we solid waste, what's the factor of why the budget? Do you have an explanation for that?
I'm going to have to look a little deeper into it, but so it covers, our pickup of refuse and waste and recycle, and it also covers the city's waste removal. So we have additional waste pickups during 4th of July. We have additional pickups of waste over at the 9th Street where C&D accumulates. So I feel like it's going to be from our 4th of July waste pickups and our C&D pickups over on 9th Street.
You're going to be budgeting that then? I'm assuming once we're
Ye-
getting back to
yes.
4th of July, we're going to budget more money for that then?
Yes. Any other questions about the transfer budget? Okay. The other budget adjustments that we need to make is to close out the project ordinance. And I had actually done this closeout last year for the audit purposes, but there was additional payables at the end of the year that I did not include in my grand totals. So it was an incorrect closure. The auditor asked me to redo it. So this is what this capital project budget ordinance closure is for the House Street project, is I had to adjust those ending numbers to be able to close out that ordinance.
How much money are we talking about?
Well, the total project actually was $2.2 million.
The difference between what we closed it out a year ago and what we're closing it out now?
Oh, I think it was around 92,000. It had already been budgeted. It was just my totals that I used in the ordinance were incorrect. I actually, on the ordinance last year, showed that it was an overage, but it was not. It was not an overage. It actually did get spent.
So then that, if I can remember correctly, last cycle, we said we had an overage of about $2 million. Is that correct? In other words, we had $2 million more in the fund than we spent last year, is that right? Is that the
Are you
fund-
talking
on the
about
fund balance?
fund balance?
Yeah.
Yes.
And so this $9,200,000 will reduce that, right?
No, it was already reduced by, yeah, it was already reduced.
Move approval of the budget ordinances.
Okay. Okay, two more to go. For the fire department, for their fundraising account, I just appropriated that revenue for their expenditures. That was budget amendment number 3. And then number 4 is for Taylor Field. Sat down with Heather and we analyzed all of the money that has been spent. And so the total that we need to appropriate from the fund balance is $98,180, and also transfer from her Parks and Rec budget $96,240, and move that to that part of capital grant for a total of $194,420.
Can you help me understand this? Because I never was actually fully understood the program of Taylor Park and how it was put together. At some point in time, we agreed, the Board of Aldermen agreed to do Taylor Park. I'm assuming there was a number that was given for the cost of that. And during the interim period of time, were there additional things that were added to the park that was not in the original budget?
Yes, going back over some of those invoices with Heather, we found where there had been some change orders made, yes.
To the tune of how much money?
I would have to go back and totally look at that. The original budget was $842,448. Half of that was from the land donation. Okay, and so the rest of it was to cover, mainly to cover construction. But in her capital, in the ordinance, we were capturing the engineering cost too, which she had originally planned for that to come out of her own Parks and Rec budget. But, I mean, technically, it is still part of the project cost. So I
But-
think for the actual construction piece, I think it was around 100 and, I can't remember
Tori, do
what
you
it
have that?
was. It was,
I don't recall the complete total, but the original issue was that the engineering fees was applied to the Partif grant fund instead of coming out of the Parks and Rec budget because Partif cannot cover engineering fees. So once we found that out, this budget amendment is to take money from the Parks and Rec budget and apply it back to the Partif account so that that balance is correct. The change order we found was for about 14,000.
there was another one too at the end for, I want to say 150.
Well, the bathrooms were an addition because
There you go. That's what that was.
that was
then.
not originally in the plan, but there was extra money budgeted or given to us by Partif,
By whom?
by the Partif grant.
Okay.
So, and now it looks like they're gonna even try to get us more, but we're not sure what that looks like yet.
I was just a little confused as to the amount of money in the change orders and the authority to change orders. What's that authority for someone to do that? To what extent? I mean, the manager has the authority to do, I think, $30,000, right? But if we're doing $100,000, I think it would have to come back to us.
The bathroom situation did get board approval, but the 14,000, our former manager signed off on.
Which would be within his prerogative to
That's
do that?
correct.
Yes. And you think the 100,000 came back to us?
I believe so. We can check the records, but I think that's what we found. It was signed off.
If you would do that, I'd appreciate that.
Sure thing.
Thank you.
Okay, that's all I have.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, Ms. Drexler.
Thanks, Bill.
Okay, our next item will be the electric charging stations, and you have that in your, and I like their slogan. I want to, it says, "Evolution, the start of EV charging solution." So very nice, I like that. So Superintendent?
Yeah, I'll start off real
Okay.
quick. Ellie and I took part, we were notified about a meeting, we could learn more about electric charging stations. Ironically, on the exact day we had the meeting, the federal government released all the grants money that municipalities can apply for, so that we can actually receive the money to put in some charging stations, but we have to develop a plan. So I have Ellie with me to explain. I think he's kind of talked to you about this before, what his thoughts are about putting them in the city limits. And then I could be talking to our grant writer about applying for those federal grants and hopefully receive them and not have to pay to put these in. So I'm going to turn it over to Ellie. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Huh?
Thank you very much. Good morning, Honorable Mayor, distinguished board, fellow staff, and guests. We did have a phone call with a corporation named OATI, and Emily was there, and we spoke of a possible grant for a level 3 charging station. I have not heard much more from that particular one. However, a couple of years ago, I started looking at the level 2 chargers, and I want to tell you a little bit about the difference. A level 3 charger is something you're going to find at Walmart, where somebody can drive up with their e-Mustang that's 0 on battery, plug it in, go shopping, and an hour later they're going to be at about 90%. That's a big dump of electricity from someone's system onto one vehicle, and I can just hear the transformers buzzing and see the wires glowing red when they do that. And my attitude, call it an attitude, my opinion as staff is for the level 3 chargers, let someone like Walmart that's got a big, huge generator offer that. And we'll continue to look at the level 2 chargers, which I have. I just passed around a map, and one optimal place where we already have a good bit of infrastructure is on East Nash Street. And if you look at the map and you see the 107 East Nash Street public restrooms, there's a little shadow right under the strew. So that's the festival pedestal, that's the electrical hookup. What we would do is we'd place a level 2 charger at this point, and that's actually a dual charger. 2 vehicles, 2 electric vehicles would be able to pull up, park there. They'd have to be allowed there to park about 2 to 4 hours. They could go eat at one of the fine restaurants that our city is famous for. They could do some shopping downtown, tour the waterfront. When they come back, they've got a good bit of a charge on their EV, and it hasn't heated up the wires on Circuit 4 so bad, which is where that area is located. Finance-wise, I was looking at getting 2 of these dual-port chargers and kind of shelving one with the idea that we would immediately work towards putting a dual charger right there at the Nash Street restrooms, and kind of shelve one until we figured out where we wanted to put it. But I guess the reason what we're first here is to see if the city is even interested in pursuing these level 2 chargers. The second location that I had in mind that's not developed yet, and there's just some infrastructure there. I don't know what it would take to increase the infrastructure there, would be right under the water tower where there's a little sectioned off grassy area. It would not be on Moore Street. You'd have to pull up into the little parking area and go underneath the water tower, water tank, and plug in there. That's just a possible location, but I was kind of leaving that up in the air. To get a couple of these dual port chargers, we're looking at right around $95.90 for both, and then it would be $285 a year for the for them to maintain the smart hookup, and then whatever extra wire we might need to plow to it from a transformer to give it a little bit extra power if it needs it. And that's really about all I have is to see if it pleases the board to let's pursue getting a couple of these level 2 chargers in town and kind of putting us on the green map for people to see these maps and see where the chargers are, and that's really about all I
Elliot,
got.
if I pull up my EV and I plug it in, is my credit card coming out of my pocket? Or is this free?
No, it would charge your credit card, and
So we're not, the taxpayer is not subsidizing EV
we
people.
wouldn't subsidize it. We'd be feeding it, but we'd also be getting a little bit of revenue out of it, possibly to pay for its cost, pay for the running of it anyway.
So, just having read an article about a big city that has this issue, they have the meters, the chargers. They have signs that only EVs can park here. So an EV parks there, it doesn't charge, just uses it as a parking space. So when we're talking about an ordinance that would allow someone to write a parking ticket for a non-EV vehicle parking there, or an EV vehicle parking there. That's
Without
not
charging,
charging.
yeah.
We would have to add all of that language in there because as the cities are finding, they're using these spaces because you can't park anywhere, and we will soon have that issue.
That's correct.
So you'll just be able to park your EV there. Okay, and we have a pretty good idea of the timeline it will cost us. I don't know how we would do that, how you would do this. In other words, we have to put X number of dollars in, including wiring and upgrading and yada yada to do that. And then, I don't know, how do you figure out the charge per car? How do you, is there a standard on that?
That's per kilowatt hour, and it would, without load management, 12.5 cents per kilowatt hour.
So we could charge, on average, people are charging somewhere around 35 to 53 cent per kilowatt hour in places like Walmart. Now, for our level 2 charger, you're probably talking a lot closer to our rate. So we might be able to double our rate, somewhere around 25 cents, something like that. On these chargers, are we talking are they in the 6 kilowatt range, or are they higher charge per hour? Do you have any data on them?
I do. Give me a second.
Okay.
7.2 to 9.6.
I believe Mr. Allen is correct.
So as we build out, this has been an issue that was actually raised by somebody else a while ago. As we build out, and there's 5% of the population has got EVs, even though you would think it was the entire world, but that's what the number is. And as they put these charging depots in their own homes, and we add Walmart and everybody else to it, that's a big draw on our electrical grid. How do we figure out what the next and we're going to come back to substations later on today. How do we figure out what we need to build the next substation at what level if we're building out for EVs as well as how many homes we can have in this area based on the number of lots that are still available? Is there some given thought on how that happens in the industry?
Ellie, if I'm not mistaken, one of the benefits of home chargers is that people are using them when our load is not nearly as high. They're using them at night. They're coming home, they're plugging in. So ultimately, is that going to put the same strain on the system?
If everybody did that, that would be fine. They would get basically a second drier outlet. May not look the same, but it would be a 240 volt outlet. It'd be in their garage, on the side of the house, whatever. It'd be nice to think that, oh, I'm only going to charge this at night, unless they come up, oh, it's a hot day, but I still got to go shopping. I got to get we're having a party tonight. I got to go to the store. And we may end up having to put some kind of load management device on that. These 7.2 kilowatt dual chargers that we would go, I'm thinking one per circuit, and we could get 4 inside town, possibly 5, would not be a big strain on our electric grid, and it would be a high kilowatt charge rate if someone did charge it during coincidental peak. But I'm just saying we wouldn't have to necessarily limit the level 2s. That's why I'm kind of staying away from the level 3s and letting Walmart, the Walmart type entities fool with the level 3s, because they've got the big generators to back it up. If we wanted to put in a level 3, we better put it somewhere where we've got a generator.
Why would they be using their own corporate generator to do something like that, as opposed to just pulling it off the system?
Getting people in there,
Okay.
offering it,
Lot
and
up
getting
in New
people in
England,
there.
and people park, and then they go shopping.
And why Walmart's putting the machines in there, but why do they need a generator to do it, as opposed to just getting on the grid to do it?
Well, it could go on the grid, but when we are at peak, they're going to be on generator anyway.
Okay.
So if anybody's using that level 3 charger at peak, it's going to be off the generator.
And could our rate of usage, our pay, when you put your card in, fluctuate between the time of day that you're using it? Because if I've got to pay more for electricity during certain peak times, then can we make the machine automatically adjust for that?
So the entity like Walmart, I don't want to keep saying Walmart, but the entity similar to that large of a place, they're on-demand billing anyway. So when someone comes in and starts using that, that's going to drive their kilowatt non-coincidental incidental peak up. So yeah, they're going to end up with a higher bill. We can also on ourselves meter our own machines and put them on the demand rate just so we can keep track of them.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ellie, I'm sure you've done the research, and have you researched Autel, A-U-T-E-L? They have a level 2 charger for commercial use that puts out about 19 kilowatts per hour, 19 and a half, somewhere around there. And I think that the benefit to moving towards a level 2 charger like that is that you know, Oak Island has put these in. They're 6 kilowatt, and they're just kind of, you know, for the most part, insignificant.
Is that the single port?
The one that I'm just mentioned is a dual port.
It is a dual
It's a
port.
dual port, level 2, that I believe delivers around 19.
I'd like to see some specs on it.
Okay.
So on Thursday, are you asking us to give you the approval to put these in, or are we asking to give you the go-ahead to keep looking at this?
Just to go ahead to keep looking at them and see if we want to do this.
Okay, thank you.
It's
sir.
not on your agenda Thursday. This is information just so that we will start moving forward. If all of you looked at me and went, no way, we say forget it, but it looks like to me there's support here, and so now we're going to go look at this federal grant, and then we'll come back to you for a vote.
This 9590, that is per unit, or is that total?
That was for the two.
Okay, that's pretty good.
I'm sure it will come as no surprise that I fully support this. And if only we had an electric street sweeper. Had to mention that. But in principle, you know, after due diligence, I hope that we will pursue this and even look for more opportunities to have them.
One other question. Do we have a couple of plug-in hybrids? Do you drive a hybrid or a plug-in hybrid?
Mine's not a plug-in.
Okay.
Mine's a dual fuel. And I've had it 2 years now, and I think I've filled up the gas tank maybe 5 times.
Yep. So one of the thoughts is that we could also consider looking into the possibility of putting in EV chargers on our own property for the purpose of city use. So just a thought as we put in chargers so that the next time our fine police force would like a electric vehicle, we can accommodate. I say that while my back is turned to it.
Yeah, they only go about 160 miles an hour, so.
Anybody have anything else?
Anyone else? It's an excellent topic, Superintendent.
Thank you
It's
very
the way of
much.
the future. Thank you. Item 3 will be the off-duty pay for police, fire, and EMS. And as we've talked about this before, whether it's at our police department and fire and EMS, or our nurses and doctors in the ER, the staff pretty much stays the same, but they have a lot more work to do. And we're at a point now where we have to increase staff, have to have police officers at these events, and also how do we manage the overtime that they have and that type thing. So this is an important topic, and I'll call on the city manager to get the discussion started.
Basically, Chief Coring had come to me saying that he had had a request from the churches that police officers be there to assist just in case something happens, but also traffic control and all that. And when we got talking, I said to him, well, how does it work now? How are the officers paid? And he said, oh, the vendors pay them. And I went, oh, no, 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 we can't be doing that. So we sat down, and ironically enough, Chief Drew doesn't even know we're talking about this, and says he's got a similar issue. So we needed to come up with a plan to give to you and a recommendation of what we feel the charges should be for something like this. Typically, I'm used to in municipalities that you would have a price for a for-profit versus a price for the nonprofits. So we thought we would bring this to you. We all are in concurrence. We're recommending $40 an hour for profit vendors, $30 for non, $45 for holidays, $21.50 an hour for a vehicle, and then $25 a day for a vehicle for nonprofits. So we at least wanted to get the topic in front of you. We did start talking to finance about having to come up with the taxes and benefits and how we're going to do this. And our payroll clerk, Carrie McCall, found a company, actually, they're based out of the Wilmington area. They have a number of municipalities, which I've never heard of this before. They're called Off-Duty Management Company, but they are former police officers who formed this company, and they do everything for the municipalities. They do the billing, they make the arrangements for the officers. I mean, it takes all that burden off of administration. And how they're paid is they're paid a little surcharge that's put on to whoever the vendor is. So the chiefs are here, and Major Burke did a lot of research on this, and we thought we would at least bring this up to you so we could get some direction.
I think the manager has pretty much covered all the bases, so we're here to entertain any questions. Again, this would be a prime example. This past weekend, we had officers covering numerous events with the Spring Festival. We did provide extra coverage for some of our churches. Stood up extra staff with it being busy with a lot of visitors. Of course, we're looking at the news yesterday and seeing what happened. Again, it's every day. Unfortunately, we're seeing these active shooter events, so we're just trying to figure out a way to address these several requests. We are a smaller department, so we try to provide as much as we can, but I did speak with neighboring Leland Police Department who uses this actual company. They said they've got great results. It took a lot of stress and strain off of them because, as the manager said, they handle everything kind of behind the scenes. Whoever needs the officers would call that company. We would provide that information. Once we decide to do it or not, we would provide that information. They would call. It's an app type of system for our folks. So if we chose them, all the officers, firemen, they would download the app. So if somebody calls and says, I need 2 officers this weekend, they would send it out to us. It would pop up on an app. The officers that are off, myself or the major wouldn't have to look and see who is off and all that kind of thing. It takes all of that off of us. So the officers would look at it, yeah, I want to do that. They accept it, and the rest is pretty easy. So it's pretty cut and clean. So we're here for any questions.
While it's good to be good to nonprofits, in the end, the officers are doing the same work for less money. And so I would object to a difference in the fees. Is that what the company recommends? Do they have a set fee for everybody?
They do. They have a set. When I talk to Leland, they have a set fee like that. Yeah.
They don't differentiate profit, nonprofit?
Now, the reason I kind of said that was because in my previous lives, what I've seen is the nonprofits start going to the elected official saying, oh, we don't have the money, look, we fundraise for the city, we shouldn't charge us. And lo and behold, next thing we know, it's going in front of the council, and they start saying, okay, we'll waive it, and next thing you know, there's no, it's gone. So I figured I would recommend at least try to give them a break so you don't have to have that happen, but it's up to you.
I think we're more hard-hearted than that.
Can you tell me, Chief, what the sheriff's office does?
Right now, they actually were gonna look at an option like this, but they kind of tabled it for now. They have they're doing it behind the scenes, basically. They have a spreadsheet or you know, they'll just, like the traffic going on right now, if someone calls and says we need 2 officers to sit here, just to protect the corridor, they put it out to their officers and see who bites on it and that kind of thing.
Well, obviously, they have a lot more people than Southport has.
Yes.
And they can do it in here, correct? If somebody from Southport wanted the deputies to do it, they could
We can do that, and we've reached out to them before, but again, everybody's stretched so thin. I managed that when I was with the sheriff's office, when I was a lieutenant patrol, so I kind of know, you know, same thing they're doing out there, but everybody's stretched thin, so.
Well, do we know what are their rates the same as you're proposing, or are they rates different?
I would have to look. I believe when I checked with the sheriff's office, I think their rate was 35, if I'm not mistaken.
And that's for everybody, regardless?
Yes.
Because I guess for the Sunday traffic issues for the bigger churches, they're using volunteers to do that.
For
The sheriff's office.
They use a volunteer and a deputy to direct traffic, I believe. I know one of the churches, they do that, and one of the churches has a deputy. So
Okay.
it just depends on the request. I think depending on how large of a highway, for example, Highway 17 in Charlotte,
Mhm.
they have to have a couple people, so they use one of their volunteers, and they have to have a deputy out there as well.
I was just looking at on Long Beach Road.
Yes.
That, I guess, is the Baptist church there?
Yes, sir.
They have, right off in the car says volunteer.
It do. They have citizen volunteers that do
Right.
that sometimes as well. It depends on, I guess it depends on the busyness of the highway or what the actual,
I
what it
guess
is.
my question really around, if we go up and give the nonprofits the $40 an hour, and I can get it the same thing for $30 an hour for the sheriff's office, I'm going to call the sheriff's office.
That's fine.
Is that really where we want to be?
I mean, we can set the rate, so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, through the years in construction, certain times I hired 2 and 3 officers to direct traffic.
Right.
And it was one, it covered everything, their benefits and everything, I know that. And I'm kind of in favor of leaving one rate.
That's fine.
I think one rate is better.
Chief, this is for more than just traffic control, right? This is emergency response,
Right.
active shooter, that sort of thing?
Yes, a lot of them they don't want a volunteer there. They want a gun-toting officer that can handle a situation if it arises. That's what we're running into more and more across, I mean, it's going on across the state. A lot of officers, departments are being tasked to try to cover and do more. Security companies can only do so much. So they're reaching out to us and want us to provide more. So we're just trying to look at a way to manage that and try to provide a service.
I think it's best to have more officers just on weekends during the summer, from Memorial, Day weekend through Labor Day weekend. I think the citizens and tourists like to see you out on bicycles or walking or in your cars, and I think that gives a sense of security and peace and adds to the festiveness of the town, so to speak. I think it's important
It does.
that
I
you
mean,
have that
it's-
presence.
Yeah, I think it's important that, they know the officers in our communities, they feel more comfortable with us there. We can key a radio up if there's an emergency, whether it's a request for an ambulance or, heaven forbid, an active shooter or something like that, versus if it was a volunteer, which they could do. But it's just, I think, the comfort of that. And then also it helps the officers as well with the extra benefit and that kind of thing.
And to confirm, other than a life-threatening call for help, these officers are dedicated to that, and they're not going to be pulled away to take calls for service,
Right.
normal
They would
calls
be
for
assigned
service.
to that task.
Chief Coring, just to be clear, to make sure, so the management company's collecting for vehicle, and then that would come back to the city?
They do all the collection on that, yes.
Yeah, okay. But they would be sending that back to the
Yes.
city? Then paying the officers directly?
So they're going to be given like 1099s to the officers? Is that what they do, the
They
tax
do,
thing?
correct, yes. They
Okay.
do. And that, the finance, they're not here now, but we toyed around back and forth, and this seemed to streamline everything, and so.
It's a good program.
I definitely support that.
You except going,
Well, I was gonna say,
major
it
work
just-
done back now. So.
Yeah, we've talked to several, there are a couple different companies, but specifically this one that we've talked to. It also eliminates issues that we have had in the past where the contracting entity did not pay. They pay the officers up front, the company does, and then they take care of any backdoor negotiation, or bad word, but any collection issues that need to be arisen. We don't have to deal with it with finance. None of the city employees or staff have to deal with that. So the officers are covered. The company takes care of any backside problems with reimbursement.
And there's no issue of a line of duty injuries or death or anything like that?
They're covered with a liability, plus we've researched this, the city's insurance also has a liability waiver for off-duty after-hours contract, because that is an issue, so they're covered both ways, yes.
Just
It
to make
won't
sure
be
that
a-
I'm clear on that. I'm off duty, I get injured on a legitimate on-duty injury or on-duty injury. Do I get the same retirement benefits if I'm off duty as I get as if I was on duty? Off duty being I'm working one of these details.
If you're working with a contract under this company as a contract pay, then you're covered by that company's liability, not the city's.
Not the city.
Well, the city has an off-duty, but you'll be covered primarily. It may operate as a secondary insurance for the city. It won't affect there's two different things. It won't affect the officer's injury as far as retirement, workers' comp, or anything like that. It'll be covered by the contracting company. That makes sense?
If I get so injured that I have to retire on disability
Right.
when I'm working one of these off-duty jobs, do I have the same benefits through the state as I would if I was assigned my normal duties?
To the best of my knowledge, yes. You're still covered. and then
I'd
you're still
really
under
need to
that.
see that in writing. I need to figure out what that is, because I've seen this screwed up before, not here, obviously, someplace else. That is a critical aspect of this whole program, that whatever we put in, they have to be covered by the state insurance policies that they have now, and retirement and everything else.
Correct. You'll still be covered as far as the medical retirement aspect of it is still covered from the state, just like it was on injury. The actual insurance issues would be covered by the company's policy.
As you well know, we've been having conversations about this between us for quite some time, so I'm in favor of doing this, but if we're going to vote on this on Thursday. Oh, it's not on the agenda, okay, good, all right. I just would like to have somebody get all those documents together, and then have somebody smarter than Rich Alt look at them and make sure that these questions are answered.
And I think the same applies to the fire department staff as well when they're covered.
I want to make sure that they're covered as well, that they're treated just as though they were working their normal shift. Otherwise, we have to go to Plan B somehow.
Yeah, the representative from off-duty management was going to be here, but she had another commitment. So if I'm hearing it right, you want to stick with the same rate, because we have to put this in some kind of an ordinance form. Keep it the same rate. It will not be separated profit versus nonprofit. And then I'll make sure that she can be at your next meeting, and we'll move forward to have it in ordinance form for you to vote on in May.
Just for the record, yes, I agree with you, everything you said, but I am not in favor of the one rate, but I'm not going to be the minority on that, so let's just move forward.
Okay. That's what I think we need. Gentlemen, anything else you can think of? Yeah, Major Burke did a ton of work on this, so I really appreciate it.
Thank you, officers. Excellent. Thank you, Chief. Okay, item 4 will be our social media policy, and I'll call on our city attorney, Mr. Herman.
Thank you, Mayor. So over the last several weeks, I've been working with Cheyenne and Bonnie and they took the first lead at creating a social media policy, which obviously is not only going to be for this board, but future boards. And I took their initial draft and some of the comments that this board had, and what I was really trying to go and do is to balance the First Amendment right to free speech that you all have as private citizens, but with that also balancing the high standard that you all have as public elected officials in terms of using social media to discuss city-related business. So I try to sort of set that out in the purpose and scope section. So that's kind of the first part. And then the second part deals with essentially the requirements if in regards to using social media for city business or to discuss city business or city related matters. Now, I want to be really clear that this policy does not apply to your personal social media accounts that you don't use or otherwise discuss city business. So this would only apply to any professional account that you all would create specifically tailored towards, you know, your position as Board of Aldermen for the city. And if it just so happened that you were to go and use your personal social media account to discuss city business, again, sort of the steps on record retention and what items that shouldn't otherwise be discussed on behalf of the board as a whole. And then the final section here just deals with procedures for an advisory board or committee, or for this board for that matter, and the procedures to go through and adopting or creating one of those, and the administrative, I guess, aspect of that, of how the city would go and handle it. We've looked at a bunch of different social media policies that other municipalities have adopted. I've taken some language from that. Like I said, Cheyenne and Bonnie did a really good job of creating sort of the first draft of this, and there's a bunch of stuff that the UNC School of Government has come out. Obviously, social media is not going away. It's only going to probably get, you know, bigger, and especially with all the avenues of communication it provides. But I think, you know, this board wanted to put a policy in place to give you all and future boards some direction on this. One thing I do want to highlight, and then be happy to entertain any questions that you have, is it's the last sentence on the front page under purpose and scope. Some social media policies I've seen have had this censure violation provision. I've seen other policies not have any sort of violation provision because there is a separate censure procedure set forth in your code of ethics that essentially, if you violated that through this policy, you know, that could still go and apply. So I have no preference of whether this should be included or not included. That's certainly up to you all and how you want to go, but I just want to sort of flag that I really only put that in there as sort of an option that you all could pursue if you really wanted to have some teeth in this policy. I guess, I know Cheyenne's kind of taking control over there, but I don't know if anyone else from staff has any follow-ups on that.
I think we're good. I think we're relying on you, Attorney Herman.
Okay.
Give us it's a hard topic, so, you know, we figured we'd want you to weigh in on this.
So I guess let's just first start kind of the first, I guess it's 12 items, and some are a little bit redundant, but if you all have any questions or concerns on what those first 12 bullet or number points are under requirements for the use of social media by elected and appointed officials. And again, this would be for all advisory and planning board and board of adjustment. This policy would apply to not only you all, but to them as well. So is there anything that you all would like to see some revisions on? I think that's the main thing that us and staff would want to know, is sort of what direction you all want, and the other comments and questions you guys might have.
On principle, I'm opposed to this. It does, with all due consideration of your effort to balance it, I think it nibbles at the edge, if not more so, on the First Amendment. I think that we can achieve much of this with training for every time we have a new board sworn in, that we do training, and training with the boards, other boards, and goodness, other boards and committees. The only part of this I would support is the policy on retention of records and so on. But in general, this is limiting free speech. It is a method of doing that, and no matter how noble a cause may be, it still violates the First Amendment, which is the actual foundation of the entire Bill of Rights. So I will oppose this. I want you all to know that. And I'm sure you're not surprised at this, but I appreciate the work you did. I read the policy very carefully, and there's good stuff in there. But in general, a policy that seeks to encroach on, curtail free speech, I'm going to oppose that.
Is there anything in your policy, if I was to sit right here, right this minute, that would pertain to my words coming out of my mouth that is different than on the social media? In other words, if I post something, there's possibility that something could be wrong. If I say it here in this meeting, am I also wrong? In other words, is there a double standard for what I'm allowed to say in a public meeting as a legislator that I would not be able to say on social media?
I think the only restrictions that, in that hypothetical, would have to do with information that's otherwise privileged or confidential. And it lists.
Well, I would have that no matter what. In other words, if we went into a closed session, I couldn't come out of the closed session and speak to the audience here, nor could I put it on social media.
Yeah,
But other than that, other than the closed session stuff, what's the purpose of this policy? How does this policy different, or what restrictions are you now putting on me when I'm sitting here talking? If I disagree with something, I can certainly say that because I'm allowed to do that. If I disagree on the same words on social media, why would that be different?
I guess I'm having a tough time of what's the restriction of that hypothetical in terms of what the, I guess, really 8 number standards that would otherwise affect sort of that scenario, because it really doesn't. What I try to go and do is take out some of the language of being misleading and things like that, to not try to go and harper on the fact that you do have a right to go and express your opinion.
Misleading is a subjective term.
No, right. And
It is very subjective. Misleading is, I have a thought, and I believe somehow divine intervention came to me, and that's the right thought. And you have a different thought. So I can say that's misleading. So who's the decider of misleading?
Well, that's why I was saying I took out some of that language that was in there previously.
Okay.
To try to make it somewhat more objective. And, obviously, there is a First Amendment here issue, obviously, is why I'm here to go and help through this. But this is ultimately a policy decision from you all. So, again, I don't disagree with a lot of what you all have to go and say, but I was presented this from staff on direction, I guess, from this board to try to put something together. So I don't take any, if this is something that you guys don't want to go and implement, or you feel like it's an infringement and the majority of the board feels that way, then that's something that you guys don't have to go and pursue.
Well, the real question is whether the majority of the board feels that way or not. If it's unconstitutional, then it's unconstitutional regardless of what the board thinks.
Well, I'm sorry to blurt in, but our attorney is telling us this isn't unconstitutional.
I wouldn't present this to you if
I thought it was unconstitutional, yes. Right. And just so we know, the ethics that the standards of ethics, this will apply to this, And I, for one, think it's good to single this out, this kind of communication. I think it's important to set standards because it competes in some ways with the city. I think it's important to have these ethical standards apply for that. So I support having a policy that's specific, that says that we consider this. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Brady, didn't like Durham's social media policy come because of an incident that happened when they didn't have a policy?
I think that's right, and that's kind of where this policy kind of a little bit got created. It was a little bit geared towards Durham, the city of Durham, and the county policy that they had. And I believe you're correct, but I can't pinpoint what that was. The only other thing I did add in here, which the federal courts have ruled upon, is just the fact if you are using social media to engage the public, discussing public business, and you invite comments, that you just can't go and delete or block users based on viewpoint. There was I think it reached the Supreme Court, but it was something that had to do with Trump and him trying to go and block users. So the courts have ruled on that, and I put something in there to that effect because that is something that the courts have addressed. Many of this the courts have not addressed, and there will be a question mark of how that goes moving forward.
Well,
Brady,
there's
this is
cases
typical
before.
of other municipalities?
I think so. I think one thing that I say, and like I said again, what I didn't find extremely consistent across the board was the censure, violation portion in the policy that actually stated that. But a lot of this stuff, again, it relates to social media, but it's things that we all, whether it's city employees or you guys, have to go and do anyway, like record retention and things like that. Not going and using social media to have an appearance of conflict of interest, things that you already have an ethical duty either by statute or in your policy. It's just a little bit more incorporated into a single document as it relates to social media.
So who actually decides that something is inappropriate or misleading? Who is the decider? Who is the enforcer of this?
Yeah, I don't think I put that language in those 12 items.
So, that's another thing to be uncomfortable about.
That's kind of the reason why I chose to leave that out.
Well, it's not in there. Okay. I just think there's a better way to achieve what seems to be the point, which is to avoid speaking as board members in ways that mislead the public or politicize something. And we have already the right to censure. We could use some training from you on ways to avoid some of the problems that you spotlight here. I just don't think we need this. I think it's the wrong way, and it's certainly the wrong message to send to the public. When are we going to start censuring them and telling them, no, you can't speak?
Completely ridiculous. The
opinion, and it's not ridiculous.
citizens are not elected officials. You
That
do
is
understand the difference, don't
But
you?
you
They're
should
not,
also
they don't
see that
have.
this is a slippery slope.
No, I don't see it at all. What is it that you want to go out there and put on social media that this policy would prevent you from doing?
I rarely am on social media. I
Care so
It's a
much.
principle of this. I would appreciate it if you did not respond to my comments as they're ridiculous.
Duly noted. I'd like to know how this creates a problem for you. You, because you're the one who's saying you have a problem with it. What about this policy would prevent you from doing what you want to do on social media?
I don't particularly want to do anything on social media. The principle of this is that it limits our opportunities to speak, to state our opinions and to express how we perceive things.
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
And there are lots of limits. The First Amendment is not unilaterally guaranteed. There are lots of limits on free speech. You can't yell fire in a crowded theater if there's no fire going on. There's tons of limits on free speech. Yes, there are.
What I'd like to know is, what is the origin of our desire or the purpose of having this? Is it to shut down criticism?
Do that. What point, where in this thing does it say something that would lead you to believe that it would enable somebody to shut down criticism?
How subjective this is, something that can be seen as misleading by one person is not necessarily misleading in the eyes and ears of another person. In general, we can achieve all the things that this attempts to do with training. I do think we need the policy on retention, to get that in writing about anything on social media that pertains to city business has to be retained and no comment shut down.
What would the training look like? I don't understand. So we'd use this as the training? But if we use this as the training, what's the difference?
I don't think you and I are going to see eye to eye on this at all, but a training on, if you're going to go on social media and you're going to say something about city business, how is the right way to do this so that you don't violate ethics policies, you don't get into misleading information, but that you still have the right to do that?
That's what this says.
Well,
That's exactly what this does.
And I think you probably need both training and policy. One of the things I'd like to point out is this is also for appointed boards, commissions, and committees. We need the city, we need this policy. We have brought the need up for this policy at our retreats for the past several years. A need for a social media policy. So I think that it's important to have, we're in the 21st century, we have not had policies for a lot of things. That's what we're working toward, having policies. That's why we're grateful to have Brady and his company with us as our attorneys for policies. And I mean, I think everyone recognizes that social media brings with it its own set of conversations, as is in here.
There's a complete difference between a legislator and staff and boards. There's a complete difference in the law. We put all kinds of requirements on the staff about what they can say, and if they badmouth the city in public, they could be terminated. If I say something that I think that the city's going down the wrong way, you can't terminate me because I'm allowed to do that as a legislator. And so if we're trying to mix the social media policies for staff and boards and aldermen into one package, it doesn't fit because of if you just watch our federal elected officials, they're all over the page on this stuff. There are, as far as I know, 3 real cases that we have to concern ourselves with. One was the Supreme Court, and that was the Trump case. That had to do with you can't take down the comments that say 99 poo-poo, I don't like you. You can't do that, okay? There's one about retention. That goes with all public records. Then there's a 4th Circuit case and a 5th Circuit case. When you look at the 5th Circuit case, it really expands about what you cannot control. In that case, unless I'm mistaken in that case, It says that the owner of the platform can't even take you down unless it's egregious issues about what you're saying. They don't have, even though it's a private platform, the Fifth Circuit case says, I'm the owner of the platform. I'm whoever you want to be. And I don't like you. So I'm going to just delete you from my Twitter. Let's assume Twitter. You can't do that, according to the Fifth Circuit case. It's because, just because you don't like what they have to say, you can't control them. So those are the cases that I want to be able, and I have to admit, and I was slightly preoccupied for the last 3 days on something else, that I need to come back and talk to you a little bit more about that when I digest this whole thing. And so maybe we could chat about those cases and how they might apply to this or not apply to this and what we're trying to accomplish here. And I'll try to do that between now and Thursday.
Thursday, because we knew this was a, you would want to really think about it. No, it is thought-provoking, and
On Thursday is item A, review agenda for regular board meeting.
yeah, so we have plenty of time.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just for clarity, there are provisions that can be applied to employees in terms of use of social media, and you are correct, it's a different sort of
It's a whole
standard.
different
This
category.
does not apply to the employees. Just want to be clear on that. Yeah.
Just for, how many Board of Aldermen have a private social media page and use it regularly?
How else will I keep up with my 1,001 cousins? It's personal.
Yes. For the city. I mean, how many of you have that? Okay, so it's 1 out of 6. So the
My
reason.
rights are just as important as all 6 of you, okay?
Oh, no, that's not the issue. No. So, whether it's 1 of 6 or 6 of 6, it is a new technology. And so I agree with Mayor Pro Tem that the reason that we have the policy is because there is this new technology, and our attorney would not have spent all this time on it. Our staff would not have spent all this time on it if they didn't think it was a reasonable thing to do. We're not trying to limit anyone's speech at all. But
I'm sorry, but this issue.
Well,
The-
I just
the-
got
the
limited right
attorney
there. I
did
just
not
got
pick
limited right there. So-
That the attorney did not pick this issue as the most pressing issue of lack of policies and procedures, because we virtually have none, that this was the #1 thing that had to be out there. I suspect that was not the case.
No one said it was.
Doesn't set the agenda
No
for
one
us to
said it was
decide what we
#1.
do.
No, when I came here, this was an outstanding issue, from what I gathered, have been brought up, like Karen said, before other boards of aldermen. It had been talked about for a long time, so I just added it to the list, and we finally got to this point. So I figured, instead of staff writing this, we better have somebody who's got that legal background to put it together. But
So anyway, back to my point, that so because the new technology is there, staff worked on this, board members have asked for this, our city attorney. I would hope our city attorney would say, well, y'all, if it was the case, this is really not an issue, you really don't need to spend time on this. I hope he would advise us in that direction and tell us so before we spend time and money on this. But it appears to me that there was a request and a need, and so that's why we are moving forward. And it's not to limit speech. We want to make sure that the city speaks in a unified voice, that there's a code of ethics involved in this. And, freedom of speech with the microphone. If they can't hear, you can't. Thank you, Travis, for that smile. Then that's a problem. So I think, and this is a work in progress. We're at a workshop, so we are working through this. This won't be on the agenda for probably a couple of months or so, until we work through it, until everyone's voice is heard. And the voice of the people has never been limited in front of this board or any board. No. And when previous boards 10 years ago, 15, they did not face this issue of social media. And I agree with the need to protect the First Amendment, and that's not the issue. So as we move forward with this, we'll continue a good discussion. We can continue to discuss this, but I think it's an important issue, and staff, as I say, staff and our attorney and our board would not be working on this if it was not. So, Mayor Pro Tem, I'll turn it back over to you. Do you have any further comments?
No, I'm just, I certainly, obviously support this, and I would like to see it on the May agenda, and then we can discuss it in an open meeting and continue that discussion.
I just want to make sure that I understood what you said, Mr. Mayor. That is, we are to speak, all 7 of us have to say the same words. You just said those words. We have to speak in one voice. I'm not sure I understand that.
City policy.
That's different.
Yeah, city policy should be in one voice, yes.
Well, it's never going to be in one voice. There's no legislative process ever where there's one voice that, as we go into policy discussions or at the end of the policy is the policy, democracy works. But you can still object to the policy.
Yeah. Yes, you certainly can. That's not what I'm saying. When there's a policy, then the city follows that policy with one voice.
Well, that's a different sentence. Thank you.
Yeah, yes. And I'm sorry you misunderstood it.
I didn't. And this has been going on since 2008 because there was a president of the United States elected over social media. That's how he won. Clearly, that's how he won. So this is not like this came up yesterday. Okay? The 2008 presidential election turned the history of social media.
Anyone else with a further discussion on this? Okay, all right, thank you. Mr. Herman, any closing thoughts once you've heard the discussion here?
No, I'm like I said, happy to go and answer any other specific questions you guys may have. Cheyenne, not to put you on the spot, but you've done a lot of work on this. I don't know if you have anything else to go and add, if you want to, or.
Sorry, let me get my
Yeah.
ears off for a second. I didn't have any other notes. You had touched on the one thing. I had a comment at the very beginning, but you had ended up touching on it. My biggest comment was, where did it go? Was the number 8. Officials are prohibited from deleting posts and related comments. Alderman, that was where my comment was whenever your question was, what's different from what you can say in a meeting versus what you can post online? You can recant in a forum or a meeting like this. You can't delete online. So that's like that was my biggest comment, but then Brady had touched on that. So that's not me like saying anything specific, that's just answering that general question. So that was my biggest comment or answer. We're having circuit problems with one of the mics. That's why I took Mayor Hatem's. So I'm so sorry about that. But that was my only comment. So that's what that is, but that's the only biggest difference.
I absolutely concur with everything you just said. It's set in court precedent, your right to be able to document that you just can't delete. The Trump case is the case. You can't delete the ones that you don't like.
Anyone else? Okay, we've been at it almost, not quite 2 hours. Let's just take a 15-minute break, okay? We'll start back at 11. Thank you. We'll try to get back on schedule. Thank you, Board, for the good discussion so far. Thank you, staff. Thank you, City Manager, and thank you, City Attorney. We will go now to item 5, the noise ordinance. And what I would like to just give one example now before we get started on that is that the Waste Industries comes in, that company, the company GFL, and they get into the city sometimes at 5:30 in the morning, and they're banging around those big dumpsters in front of Oliver's, Yacht Basin, and that type thing. And so I'm hoping that the board will look at the noise ordinance in terms of how we not allow all this early morning noise and that type thing, and include maybe emptying these dumpsters not at 5:30 in the morning. It'd be nice. Closer to 7 would be better. I know they're trying to get in and out of the city, but 5:30 in the morning and waking up those neighborhoods and that type thing seems a little much. So I look forward to hearing about the noise ordinance and the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the board. Good morning. Given our microphone troubles, it's probably pretty appropriate that we're talking about noise ordinance now. The board has seen this, a draft of this noise ordinance before. You saw it in August of 2022, looking at Dory and the chief. And Major, thank you. What you've got in your packet is a memo that sort of outlines the draft, then the draft, and then the current noise ordinance. So I'm just going to run through briefly what is included in this draft. Certainly available to take any questions, and I know I've got some friends who can also answer questions as well. Draft section 9-91 outlines 4 definitions that will help us in the enforcement of the rest of the provisions in the draft ordinance. Those definitions are reasonable person, disturbing, and unreasonably loud noise. There's definitions for each one of those in section 9-91. 9-92 is the general prohibition. It shall be unlawful for any person, form, or corporation to make, allow, continue, or assist in making any one unreasonably loud noise, 2, any noise which unreasonably disturbs, injures, or endangers the comfort, health, safety, or peace of reasonable person of ordinary sensibilities within the jurisdictional area of the city, or 3, any noise which is so harsh, prolonged, unnatural, or unusual in its time or place as to cause unreasonable discomfort. There's various factors that the ordinance lays out in terms of determining whether a noise is violating one of those 3 provisions, including the proximity to sleeping facilities, the land use, nature, and zoning of the area. You know, is it a commercial area where more noise should be expected versus the middle of a residential neighborhood? The time of day or night, the duration of the noise, and whether the sound is recurrent, intermittent, or constant. These proposed changes are to help police officers, code enforcement officers, whoever else is designated to enforce this ordinance, to make reasonable decisions as to whether the noise is a violation or not. It also helps ensures that different scenarios are treated fairly under the same ordinance while reserving the ability to consider unique contexts as well. Again, the definition or the difference between central business district versus middle of a residential neighborhood. There are certain noises as laid out in section 9-93A that are specifically prohibited, including but not limited to horns, sirens, or signaling devices, loading, unloading, or waste disposal, alarms for vehicles or homes, so on and so forth. And then sort of mirroring what's in the ordinance currently with regard to times, there are certain noises that are prohibited at certain times. The way the ordinance currently reads with regard to noise is that it's specifically targeted towards amplified music. This has been broadened out to consider a couple different items as well. I do want to point out here that the last time the board saw this draft, those times were different than they are in this draft. Using this draft that's before you today, the times are identical to what is in the ordinance currently. I also should point out that same applies to 9-93B8 construction activity. The last time you saw this draft, it proposed 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. That has been changed back to what it is currently, which is 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. There is also draft section 9-94, which includes noises generally exempt from this chapter. Those include city work, community events, sporting events, ordinary use of power tools, so long as it conforms to that construction section I just mentioned, emergency work and equipment, and safety signals. And then finally, section 9-95 outlines who may be considered a responsible party in creating the noise and thus who might be subject to a violation of this section of the ordinance. A sort of penalty schedule, so to speak, for a first noise violation. It constitutes a $50 fine. If it's the second one, it's $100, and if it's the third or each subsequent, it rises to $200. And then letter C, in addition to the penalties provided in that penalty schedule, the city may enforce the provisions of this division by any appropriate equitable remedies. For example, if it is a long-term a problem child, so to speak, with regard to noise, and that use, say it's a commercial use, and they requested a special use permit. Well, being in violation of city code is also a violation of your special use permit, so there may be remedies that the city has with regard to that special use permit that we can use as well. And then finally, as I mentioned before, the division may be enforced by the city's police department, by a code enforcement officer, and by any other employee of the city as designated by the city manager. So that is all I have for you today. We're at this point just requesting feedback. This is not on your Thursday agenda. More than happy to answer any questions you may have.
Just so you know, Travis alluded to a cover memo he did, but it never got in your packet, so I just literally emailed it to you. So I apologize for that.
Travis, the issue, one of the issues that just needs to be added to this is a due process. We don't have that currently. I don't see it in this.
Yes, sir.
Under 9-93, I personally think that we should have some language as it relates to whole home generators. I know that in 9-94 under E there, it says this includes the operation of generators. If they're not properly, one of the issues I have is that there is a whole home generator within about 10 feet of my home. And so I hear that thing weekly, and it's very annoying. And so we don't have any ordinance that would push that out further. And it's, to say 10 feet, it's really within about 6 feet. But those would be some changes that I think would be nice.
If you live in the downtown section, the old town section, you then would not be able to have a generator because there's not enough distance between the homes, is there?
There is, but in this particular case, it's not a non-conforming lot. There's more than enough space to place it much further from my property. So, and I know there are cases that, where that would be the case all around town. If it is a non-conforming lot, then I guess there are, special exemptions that would apply or could apply to a non-conforming lot.
You could encase it and make it more soundproof.
The problem with that, because I've tried to do that, is you generate heat and you generate toxic gas because it's spitting out stuff. So it's a very difficult task to do. But I know these home generators that are running off natural gas, if you have natural gas, there's a plethora of them in the landing now. put them in all over the place. So I'm not sure how we, and it's the weekly test that you're hearing, that makes it go on.
I'm speaking for myself as well as many of my neighbors. Where we are, which is on West Brunswick Street, I'm just past Short Street. On Fridays and Saturdays, when the music is playing, and if you go straight from my front porch across the water, I believe it's about 100 yards, I can hear every note, every word of everything that is played and sung. I mean, they're doing a better selection of music. We don't hear Wooly Bully 5 times. But the fact is, my house is very well insulated. I barely hear motorcycles going by, and yet that music penetrates all the way to the back of the house. Is there anything that can be done about this? This is, as I said, this is something for me, but also all my neighbors speak about this. And I believe that maybe it is because it's crossing water. I don't know. I don't know the physics of that. But I also hear from other people in other parts of town that they hear it very clearly. Is there a level that we can set, a decibel level?
Well, I'll come back to that point. Section 9-93C, right at the bottom of, I guess, the second page. Any noise or sound that is clearly audible at a distance of 100 feet from the property line of the property or location originating the sound is also considered prohibited under this draft ordinance. So if it's a matter of 100 yards, then that would seemingly, if you can hear, the individual bass guitar and the electric guitar and all that, then that would seemingly violate that section of the ordinance.
The process then. The sound is loud, more than 100 feet, considerably more than 100 feet, and what do we do? What do we, the city, what does the city do?
Well, I'd want to defer to them.
Aha, an expert.
Back again, not an expert, but I have stayed at Holiday Inn Express once or twice. So generally speaking, this is a common sense issue for the start. All the complaints for your folks, anybody that contacts anybody in the board, begin with having them call 911 so that we can start the documentation process, so that we can go speak to whoever is generating the noise. And that would be what I would recommend to begin with here. So if it's one of the restaurants, which I'm pretty sure that's what we're talking about, we can at least go talk to them, let them know that there's a problem, begin that process, and if they make the adjustments, no harm, no foul, we can go from there. If it's an ongoing problem, then we can start looking at the enforcement that's outlined in this ordinance here, or whatever draft you finish with. By issuing civil citations, we're starting that process, trying to get it together, and if it's a continuing, ongoing problem, then obviously we start looking at the more stiff fines, and then moving to any particular criminal aspect if we get to that point, which we want to try to avoid as much as possible.
Who's responsible, in this particular case, who's responsible for the noise? The person creating the noise or the business owner?
If it's a business, either an open mic or a bar or restaurant, then the business owner is responsible. Correct. Same thing if it's a party at somebody's house, the homeowner that's hosting that party would be who our point of contact would be, point of enforcement.
How does that coincide with number 9.93B, where there's specific times that you can't make these noises during this day? And is that, I think generally what most places have is if they have a business district, there's different rules for that area. Under this, I don't see that. It's just one size fits all. So are we preparing to tell all the music in this town, which is quite extensive, that they're going to turn it all the way down? Is that where we want to be? I don't care what we do.
Yeah,
But we need to be upfront about all of that, is that's what we're going to do. We're going to tell, up your arts, cut it.
Well, the way this is written, yeah, you tell them that at 9 o'clock Sunday through Thursday and 11 o'clock Friday, Saturday.
We do that now. But my question is, if they're making this noise prior to 11 o'clock on the other days, that they can go all the way up to 11 o'clock, does that give them some leeway to make music louder than the 100 feet? I don't know the answer to that, because if we go that route, which certainly the board can go that route, there's going to be a hue and cry.
So I think the ultimate goal here is compliance. Like I said, we'll start with the contacts, letting them know what's going on. You can set the times however you want to see them set. Generally speaking, that Friday and Saturday are the later times for the business districts, because we know what everybody's doing, and so be it. The goal is to get it cut off early enough Sunday morning, and then Sunday for church, and the after hours when everybody's working Monday through Friday, till Friday night.
I like the times. I'm happy with the times. I'm just trying to figure out whether those times give some latitude in the business district to make noises that are otherwise prohibited because they go beyond 100 feet.
Otherwise specifically prohibited by the distance. Is that what I'm understanding you to ask?
I'm only asking, am I correct that this does not have districts in it as far as the rules fit every district?
Correct. That's the way it's laid out.
Does this still allow for special permit? This to me, there's no requirement. I'm going to give an example. A restaurant has an event, and so I'm assuming then they need a special permit for that event because it's going to flow out or whatever.
And I think the special event aspect of it is covered under the current ordinance. I don't remember if it's a separate own permitting process, but again, that's how you want to go. I have a question about having an ordinance and then having a separate procedure to violate your own ordinance. So my question would be, would you just incorporate that into its own little element to put in here for permitting or for special events? There we go. Correct. What he's got here is 9.94, any person wishing to engage. So it does have that specific permitting process, which is
I'm sorry,
similar to what we
which
have.
number? I'm sorry, I missed it.
This is the old one.
If you only received the new draft, then
Yeah.
it's in the old draft.
It's in the
Oh.
old one. the original.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
That was it.
Yeah, so then it would reference,
A permitting process.
okay.
Yeah. That was under the old one, correct? Yeah, that's the old policy has that. This draft does not.
And just to add in, pretty much ever since COVID, and we drafted a policy, we were able to start using a form that was already in the old ordinance that was never used before. So we have a good relationship with Up Your Arts and our music community already. They're sending us, it's a fillable form, and they have for example, I've got one restaurant every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, they have outdoor music, so they send me a permit stating that. We have another one that has it on every Monday night. We have some that have them on Friday and Saturday night, so they're already sending us permits, and they dictate the time on there when they're gonna have that music, and that's already allowed us to educate them a little bit, so the sergeants, the officers have those permits on file, so if we do get a call or a complaint, we can go down there, educate, do some PR, and then we can pull the permit and shut it off right then. So that's been very helpful already, so we already have somewhat of a process that's been very helpful.
But does the permit, I'm sorry, Karen, go ahead.
No, well, I was just going to say, how has that been working? Have you had situations where you've had to go and say, hey, y'all, you got to tone it down a little bit?
We've had a couple where we've had to actually
Once they figured out that process was there, we've had zero issue to speak of, because violation of the noise permit is a violation of the noise ordinance. And so we're back to the beginning, and we can issue whatever violations are appropriate.
I'm somewhat familiar with one particular establishment, but most of the music is generated inside of the building. We have a number of establishments that the music is generated outside of the building. So other than turning the volume control knob all the way down, there's no way that they can stop or muffle the noise. And under the strict reading of this statute, Fridays and Saturdays here would be a great reduction in the music that's in this town. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, I'm not commenting on that, but we've got to be sure that we understand what eventually what we'll be voting for, that would mean that basically the yacht basin is almost every, other than,
And
even Provisions has special events there. Everybody in the yacht basin has music.
and I think,
they're usually closed by, we don't have a lot of issues down there after this stated hour here. There's only.
Oh, no, after the 11 o'clock, they're shut off. They do that. I'm talking about before those hours.
and I think the other thing that needs to be played into this, read
sir.
into it, and understood into it is that what Travis referred to earlier in the definitions is unreasonably and reasonable person. So there's going to be an element of acceptance from both the transmitter and the receiver of the noise. That there is going to be some level that you're going to be able to hear, and that should not move to the unreasonableness aspect as outlined in the ordinance. Does that make sense? So,
Yeah, I think-
there's a little
yes.
bit of, you got to get to give kind of thing.
I think you're just trying to confirm that the 100 feet, I mean, because realistically, that's probably not reasonable on the weekends down in the yacht basin. So what is,
100 feet, I can hear my neighbor on his front porch talking at 100 feet, and I'm not going to tell him not to talk.
Personally, I think I'd like to see 993C taken out, because I don't know how, I mean, that de facto eliminates everything we have going on, the 100 feet thing. I mean, I don't understand.
That,
Anything is clearly audible at 100 feet, 99C. As Rich just said, I mean, everything's audible at 100 feet. That would shut everything. I mean, frankly, it would shut every live music down. I wouldn't be in favor of that.
I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm guessing, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm guessing, that you have this here because then it gives you the ability to have a metric.
Correct, and you can set it, like I said, it's a mix of trying to keep it down and then allow for the music to take place, because everything, especially in certain parts of the city, are so closely related to one another, just like Alderman spoke earlier about the generator. It's right outside the window because of the proximity of each other. So if you want to increase it to 500, it's still, 500 or 1,000, but I would not go so far as to be able to hear one establishment across town on the other side, because then that enforcement aspect of it's kind of out the window.
Could we have a decibel limit at a certain feet? Why not?
Well, you can't do it. I mean, it never works that way. I guess I'll let.
There's a couple of different, it's anything that you start adding equipment to, you start looking at current certifications, calibrations, state certifications, conditions affect those use. We've used them in another agency I work for, and being outside, especially using the out basin again, you've got a constant wind, constant breeze, so you have the background feed of that as well. It's no more accurate than common sense and unreasonable unless you're standing in a confined, isolated area measuring that particular noise generating entity. device.
I mean, I think the distance on 993C needs to be a lot more than 100 feet.
Well, could we consider moving it to 500 feet and then see how it works? Was y'all's recommendation 100 feet, though?
I think it was a group conversation, and like I said, originally in the original ordinance, 500 and 1,000, and the issue is trying to figure out what is, okay, we need to quieten it down versus the small town, close proximity, everything's going to be in 1,000 feet. You look at what 1,000 feet would look like would be from here to the other side of Morehouse Street intersection, significantly. So where do you want to put it? I wouldn't look at going beyond, 500 or 600 feet just because.
That action on this from the police department would be triggered by a complaint, right? You
Generally-
guys wouldn't just be cruising around and saying, oh, that's allowed.
Yes, ma'am. Generally, we don't respond to it unless the citizens have a concern about it. Now, if somebody's, if it's obviously they're downtown and we're at the police department, the complaints are coming, let's be proactive and go ahead and engage. But generally speaking, they are complaint driven, yes. Anything else?
Any other questions, comments from the board? Well, we're from listening, the 100 feet, I don't know if you need to break it down in commercial versus residential, or just have it a longer area, or just measure the distance from your house to, fishy, and say it has to be 1 foot past that.
This is a case where simpler is better.
Yeah.
When you start trying to
Right.
look at,
So I know what I'm saying is I think we just have to set the number of feet as what would be the standard, and if there are complaints, it has to be a complaint-driven ordinance. And if there are enough complaints, then we'll see what we need to do, and we use use some common sense with it. We love our music in Southport, and this is an important part of why people come here, especially on the weekends, and we want them to be able to enjoy. It does have to end at 11 o'clock on Saturday, regardless. So, yes, well, I didn't mean to exclude. I was just thinking Saturday night, big night out for our tourists and citizens. So, yes, Friday and Saturday. So, I think, again, complaint-driven, common sense with it, and politeness, and we want our businesses to thrive, and we want our citizens and visitors to enjoy themselves. So we just want a policy that will work for everyone, in particular something that's not burdensome to our police.
How do you handle when there's a residence across from a restaurant that has music? Well, down at the yacht base, and you have residents across the street from a restaurant. How do you handle that? Whether it's 100 or 500, that's a problem.
So
Have great music, right? Yeah, the home comes with great music every weekend.
So the easy answer to that is that's where our police officers' training and experience come into play. Not everything is an enforceable action. Sometimes it's a lot of mediation, and it's not a one-time fits-all response.
Travis, I'm going back to the generator. I apologize. But in the event of the generator, if all other ordinances were, all other guidelines were met, but because I can hear this noise once a week, and it's within, would that ordinance be enough to prevent that from being installed?
I'd have to look more into it to get you an answer there, because theoretically, a generator could also fall into the ordinary use of power tools. A generator is probably not going to be any louder than a chainsaw. The chainsaw would be covered under the noises generally exempt from So,
I just have two quick things. Excuse me, Mr. Stanley wanted me to just mention that I know the mayor had told me there was a complaint about the sweeper being out early, and this also has to do with the refuse trucks coming. The problem is, you are right, Mayor, they want to get the heck, and they want this work done before the parking and the people come down here. So if we, what's good for the people is good for the municipality, so we would not be able to do the sweeping or anything till after 7, and that is you're gonna have a different sweeping quality.
Well, this ordinance specifically prohibits the city from having to follow it. So,
But then if there's complaints, you have to be able to say, sorry, that's the way we're gonna work. Because if you say municipality, that's trash trucks too. And they want to, and I've talked to them a number of times based on citizen complaints, and they say, look, your city's number one. We want in, and we want to get out of there because of the traffic. So, that's an issue that,
I don't know that the trash trucks specifically can or cannot be addressed in a contractual issue or conversation to adjust that, to make it work. I don't know that.
they're trying to move it closer to 6, but
not just the residential trash trucks, it's coming in and
Yes.
emptying the dumpsters, which is not subject to our contractual trash pickup
right.
operation. That's strictly between the business and the trash hauler.
The only other thing I was going to say is we need to rework a few things, taking what you're saying into consideration, and we'll have to rework it and come back with another one in May. So I think that's where we're at.
Thank you very much. All righty. Item 5, care and maintenance plan for cemeteries. This is a subject that I have been working on for a while, and I will be brief. There is a handout on the portal, and there's also one at your desk, and I'm just going to go through it very briefly. I'm going to start with a quote that I found on the website, and this shaded by giant oak trees, this peaceful, well-kept cemetery has been the resting place for 1,093 souls for over 200 years. And I got that off the Southport Historical Society website. So that is a good description of the old burying ground. And we want to keep all our cemeteries well-kept and peaceful. All cemeteries and graveyards are sacred ground, and ours are no exception. And every department in some way is responsible for this process. I'm looking for some direction from the city manager. Under which city department should the cemeteries come under? Cemetery superintendent, who is that going to be? We have one, but is that the person that it still needs to be? Does there need to be someone else? Who's the contact person or department for citizens who have questions and concerns about the cemeteries? Our responsibility are many, but to mow and weed, and I would like to include John Smith Cemetery, even though it's not owned by the city. I think they would appreciate the help. And if we could not find employees last year, but we need to have competitive wages, and if we can, then we should have the option for a landscaping service to help us out. I mean, the city's responsible for cleanup after hurricanes and storms and before funerals, and no other entity can do this. Taylor Field requires maintenance, and the old Smithfield burial ground is next door, so it'd be difficult to make sure that they both are kept up respectfully. You know, one is a monument to the living, Taylor Field, and one is a monument to the dead. So we need to make sure we do this. The city should replace the street signs that we put up in Northwood Cemetery, and whatever upkeep is needed, the signs, the roads, the mowing, the weeding. So this needs to be clearly delineated, and the city's responsibilities should be performed. And you delineate that, you decide. We should ask civic clubs and the Boy Scouts to repair and replace these the veteran recognition signage. Southport Historical Society should continue their prominent involvement. As you know, they should be involved in fundraising to help clean these stones. And remember the obelisk, the River Pilot obelisk they paid for to have cleaned. The Beautification Committee should be a part of this. Forestry Committee should be a part of this. If you note the triangle in front of Famous Subs, that's NCDOT, but I feel like the city, because it's part of our entry corridor, we should maintain that. So if we can maintain that, we should be maintaining our cemeteries. And many more people see the triangle than they do our cemeteries. So we should let our cemeteries age gracefully, historically, peacefully, beautifully, and respectfully under the care of the city of Southport and all our citizens. And so what I've recommended is that we form a committee, and I would like 2 aldermen to be on it, and I'd recommend all the aldermen be involved, and so when you have your meetings, we can post it that way, Madam Clerk. But I would like 2 aldermen and Reverend Lowe Davis, because of her, she's a woman of the cloth in funerals and cemeteries, and her beautiful expertise. And I would like Mayor Pro Tem to be a part of that also, if she would like to decline, she certainly can. But she's championed so many other things, and this is just to get it started. You don't have to be the liaison or anything, but I would like for y'all to do the interviews. And what I would like is someone from beautification, someone from forestry, someone from Parks and Rec on that committee, obviously our citizens, and I would like to have 3 citizens that have real estate in these cemeteries. So because we have a group, Families of Southport Cemeteries. So I'd like 3 from that group to be on this committee. I think that would enhance it immensely. And whatever we need from our city attorney, obviously that may be necessary. So we're working on the details, and so we move forward, and this is not on the agenda in May. This is going to work through the next few months, but we're making progress, and I appreciate all our citizens and their input. And Randy, this is just a memory for us. This is our 25th anniversary. On April 30th, 1998, your family showed up at the cemetery because it was the 120th birth anniversary of J. Arthur Dozier, and that's the first time I met Randy, was on that day. I had met his sister because she brought your nephews to the ER one time, so which was, I can say that now, it's been so long ago, that's not a violation. So I knew Grace. And that was a great moment. We put, your dad, Mom were there, and we put flowers on Dr. Dozier's gravesite, and I said a few words in recognition of the great contribution that he made. So that cemetery is important to me. It's important to all our citizens, and we will do everything we can to make sure that they are well kept and respected and loved, and it is sacred ground and is a treasure for our city in many ways. So if there are any questions or comments from the board.
Yes. Sorry. I'm
No
happy to go
apology
forward
needed.
with this, but just to be clear, this would be an ad hoc committee to set up the committee. Okay. Second, I'm on the board of the John Smith Cemetery Foundation. Is that a conflict?
That's actually a help. That's good. No, because I want John Smith included.
Okay.
Well, I don't know that we can include them because they're not city-owned.
Right, but we can help them in some way. They can pay us $1 a year. Our attorney can help us with that.
Sure. The other thing is, I think it would be helpful if the city manager would give some thought, because I think as the committee goes for longevity, it should have the same structure as our other committees as far as appointments and all
True.
that,
Yeah.
and a staff representative. So if the city manager could consider who, for example, I know Randy is the staff liaison for beautification, and he helps, that's where the budget resides and
Right.
that sort of thing. So if city manager could give some thought to how
Okay.
she thinks that's best.
Sure. So item 2, city manager's recommendations under which department, cemetery superintendent superintendent, so I agree with you wholeheartedly, absolutely. Absolutely, I think that's a very good point to reemphasize.
Could I represent beautification? I'd like to be involved in that.
Absolutely, that's why I said when we announce these meetings and that type of thing, Madam Clerk, you can say that there'll be other Board of Aldermen members there if they would like to attend, so the public will know and there will not be a, open meeting violation.
Include Alderman Lombardi on the ad hoc committee.
Absolutely,
With his-
that would be
with his
great.
permission.
Yes. And there's a spot in Northwood Cemetery that you would like, since I know you were a brick mason at one time. Randy's father, when they tore down the old hospital, he took bricks from the old hospital and he made a border around Dr. Dozier's gravesite. And if you haven't seen it, it's just very moving. And we're all going in that area, right, Randy? It's nearby. And we're going to be neighbors forever. And I happened to be in the cemetery that day when he was doing that, so I got to watch him lay the brick and the mud and all that. It was fascinating.
Well, I've cleaned stones before when Musette was here, so I've been involved in the cemetery a little bit.
Thank you for serving. Any other questions from the board?
Thank you, Mayor, for all your work on this. This is awesome. Yay.
Thank you for willing to serve on it, and we thank our citizens for being involved, and we move forward. No, it's not on the agenda, but it'll be on the next month's. We need to get the mechanics, and we don't even know who the superintendent's going to be, which we have some things to work out, so it may take a little bit longer, but it will get on the agenda. Item 7, amendments to boards, committees, commissions. Dorothy Dutton and Randy Jones.
Good morning, I think, still, for a little while longer. The purpose of this is to make sure that all of our boards and committees and commissions are included in both the Code of Ordinances and the Unified Development Ordinances. So that was the chunk of what has changed. I included a chart that showed which committees were included in each each book, I guess, each code section. So the sections that included just the planning, like in the Code of Ordinances, the planning section only included the planning board. It did not include the Board of Adjustment. The Beautification Committee was not listed in the Code of Ordinances. Neither was the Forestry Committee, the ABC. There was a committee listed under Chapter 2, I believe, USO Community Building. We don't even use that one anymore, so we proposed to remove that one. Parks and Rec was listed as the Parks and Rec Commission. It's now been changed to the committee years ago, which I found out through our Parks and Rec director. So that was the main point of making these changes. In addition to that, after speaking with Randy, we kind of worked on this together. There's a lot of confusion with when appointments are over and how vacancies are handled and things like that. So the intention was to make all of the boards and committees and commissions the same. We were proposing that terms would run from July 1st to June 30th for every board, committee, and commission. We would advertise for vacant positions as needed, and when those people were appointed, they would actually fill the remainder of that term. Normally, when terms are going to be expiring, we would post that in April. By April 30th, we would have all those applications. Interviews would take place in May, and then in June, the Board of Aldermen would appoint those members. And like I said, the intention was to make it as easy for both the public and the board and staff to understand what was going on, because now we have so many committees, it is hard to keep up with when appointments are over. And this makes sure we're all on the same page as far as the procedure as well. Members whose term was expiring and they would like to be considered for reappointment would still have to apply, still have to interview, but there is a statement added that incumbent members may have preference for reappointment. Because that was the feedback I got from most of the boards and committees when I sent it out for review. Is there anything else?
No, that's predominantly what it was.
We're happy to take questions. I know that there's some questions as far as the terms, when they all staggered and how people are clustered together. The way we did it, because we didn't want to take time from anybody who's serving, is we added time to each position. So if your term was expiring between January and June, your term would be up that June still. But if your term was going to expire between July and December, we would extend it a year to the next June 30th, and that would be added onto your term. With the exception of 2 of our ABC board members who did not want to extend time, that way the positions are more staggered. There is copies of the ordinances in your packet. There are charts within each section that list how many members would expire which year and how many of those positions are full residents, full ETJ, or alternates and things like that. It's broken down on each section. And I literally took a lot of the information from the UDO and just transcribed it for the code. So there's not a lot of meat that's changing at all as far as that goes. The Historic Preservation Commission is our newest one, so there was very little unchanged, or very little changed with that. I think that forestry, of course, everybody was on board. I reached out to all the chairs, and they were fine with making a 3-year term for all of those. Board of Adjustment was concerned about the clustering of the positions, and of course, we're open to suggestions, however the board sees fit to change it. But the way it's in here now was the most fair, considering when everyone's term is going to expire that's serving currently.
Yeah, being liaison for 2 committees, that'd be great.
Thank you for this prodigious amount of work that this must have been.
Yes, thank you.
And this is 3 years in the making, and I applaud you. I have one issue, and that's that one line that if you're on the board and you're a nice person and you raise your hand and you vote, and you raise your hand and you vote, you're in good standing, but you didn't contribute anything. Why does that person get preferential treatment over somebody who comes in and has a vast resume, and we're now arguing, well, the person's been here, we like them because they're a nice person? Everybody should stand on their own merits. If they were doing a really good job, they should get preferential treatment, because they should be able to take their list of all their accomplishments and list that against the other person. But that merely says that if I merely show up and I'm in good standing, I get preferential treatment over everybody else. For us, every election, we start at 0, and you have to prove that you deserve to be reelected. I think you need to be able to prove that you contributed to the organization to such an extent that it would be just natural that we would keep you. I hope that makes sense.
That makes complete sense, and I think I included in there that all applicants would be considered, and that there may be preference. But that is because most of the boards expressed that when I reached out to them. I don't think it necessarily has to stay in there.
Regardless of what the boards want, we are
Absolutely.
the setters of the rules. So I'm just throwing that out, because I really I want everybody to work hard on their committees, and they generally do. I mean, I'm just flabbergasted by the amount of work that even the planning board puts in a gazillion hours for 0 money. So if you've been there and you've contributed to it and you have your resume, it should be almost a given that unless there's some extraordinary circumstance, you would pushes the thing over the line the way it's written.
Sure, I mean, we can certainly take that statement out. It wasn't
Yeah,
anything we recommended necessarily, so.
I really appreciate your efforts on this. Thank you. I agree with Alderman Alt. I think that that language just isn't needed. I mean, we know what the committee's going to do most likely, but not having that language there, I think, makes more sense.
Sure.
I kind of agree too, and that's what I suggested on my, I just don't want people to feel like they can apply, but they're never going to get on. I mean, then you might discourage people from signing up. That was my whole thing.
See us consider putting in some language about interviewing. I think we need 3 interviewers, probably the chairman, vice chairman, and the liaison. And that way, if somebody can't be there, you've still got 2 people. But we also should consider what are we going to do if the chairman wants to be reappointed, not as chairman, because of course the committee or the board is going to do the election, but if the chairman, say, who would normally be an interviewer, is applying for reappointment, who's going to do the interview?
Well, it would be the acting
language.
chair.
Yeah.
We've already done it.
Yeah.
I think part of
What?
the concern is that not every board or committee has the same officers. So I took what was existing as far as the positions that are existing and bylaws and put them in the ordinances the way that they were without adding any new officer positions. It's like some of the boards have a secretary and some of them don't, you know, that sort of thing. And then some of them have a chair and a vice chair. Other people just have a chair and then a secretary or things like that. So everything was a little different. Now we can certainly change that and make them all uniform too. This was just a very rough draft to get the process started.
Or we
There's
could-
already language.
Consistency
Yeah,
is,
or
Yeah.
we could rely on the board, the committees themselves to appoint 2 people, the chair and whoever else they would like to be part of the interview process.
That's exactly what we did.
I mean, I think again, let's empower the committees here and give them that opportunity to have their voice. So I think I think obviously the board liaison, perhaps the staff liaison could be involved because they're consistent. That was another question that was brought into it. The staff, in most cases, that represents this board is consistent. They're probably the one consistent part of everybody because the board members come and go, the committee members come and go, and hopefully we maintain a staff member that's going to have this position. So maybe that's an alternative. Staff member, board liaison, chair, or an appointed person, because you're right, Lo, if a chairman was up for reappointment, they would need to be out of the process. But I think we empower the committee to announce who that, or to vote amongst themselves who that would be.
That's exactly what we did with beautification
Correct.
and the Board of Adjustment. We just got another member to fill in, that's all.
But, okay, can we just go, I've got notes for each one, so could we just go for each one, if that would be okay? Parks and Recs being the first one. I had, one of the things that in the Parks and Recs, it is an artifact left over from the original bylaws about the mayor shall appoint an ETJ member. I think that process and that interview process should be part and parcel of the whole membership. So it doesn't need to be that's left over from when each alderman appointed a member. So I think, yes, we need an ETJ member, but I think that would be advertised and done the same way as we do any. Then I have a question you may want to ask. I have a question. You may want to ask Heather this, but the Parks and Recreation Director and Assistant Director shall attend all meetings. The Assistant Director never attends the meetings. I would imagine they would if in place of the Director, but I would say that would be the case for that. Going back to now the next paragraph, all new applicants will be interviewed by the chair and board liaison. Oh wait, no, never mind. I meant to say that what I wanted to say is it says the mayor, somewhere it says the mayor will appoint a liaison, but it makes it sound like one. Right now for Parks and Recs we have 2, so I don't know if you can put an S, like liaison with an S there. That way, if in the future aldermen want to share it rather than being the sole liaison, I think that would be helpful. And then, okay, if you were taking out that statement, though, it says all new applicants will be interviewed by the chair and board liaison. I would offer a different scenario, meaning that I would ask that each committee have a chair and vice chair, because you want to have somebody that is preparing, hopefully, to fill in for the chair if they're unable to do their duty. So I think most of them do have a chair and vice chair. I know the secretary waivers in a different form, and then I unlike what Alderman Davis mentioned, I would, and Alderman Lombardi, I would opt that you had chair, and if it was, and the liaisons, or liaison, and if it was three, if you only had one liaison, then it would be chair, vice chair, and liaison to be the interview committee, just so you have some standardization. And you don't, what I find happening is to make sure that we have a standard, because these are all volunteer organizations that are personal interactions. So when it's more formalized like this, it's not a personality conversation. And so not that we've had that, but that would be in lieu of that.
So currently, with the planning board, I believe it allows this board to appoint who's going to interview. So you're saying we change that for all committees and boards?
No, right now, that's in the UDO that you're talking about the planning board conversation. I think that needs to be updated to say the liaisons do. That's a different conversation. That's a text amendment that has to go through the planning board. This is code of ordinances. So this language, so that's something that we're responsible for. It's different. So anyway, but that said, it should correspond to what your question is. It should correspond to that. So in the case, when we get to the planning board, we can have that. So, so then that's what I would say about chair, vice chair, and liaison, at least, or one board liaison, if we did it that way for these committees. And then it says the chair, and then in that next paragraph, you'd want to add that correction there, if that's what everybody would be endorsing. The other thing I wanted to point out is in the terms, if there was a way, and I don't know if you talk to the individual members, whoever currently has maybe the shortest terms, you could see if you could get somebody to volunteer to extend it, so we could have it staggered over a 3-year period for the health of the committee, is what I would say. Because I think this long-term, that's what you're trying to get to. So if we can just, I mean, you can probably negotiate with whomever, and whoever has the shortest term, maybe they'd be willing to extend it. I don't know. And then that's in the case of, a lot of them were okay, but that's in the case of the Parks and Rec one. And Renee Spencer resigned. Renee's no longer on that. So that is an open seat. Then the other thing is the last thing, which it says the committees, and this is in all of them, it says the committees can amend the bylaws at any regular meeting, and there's a process for that. One of the things I would like to point out is that when I look at the copies of the bylaws for recreation, forestry, and beautification, they all need to be updated, and maybe that our attorney could help with that, because the bylaws for Parks and Rec are way outdated. They talk about ball fields and things, so it's and that sort of thing. So anyway, I think that's a important thing. Then the next one, that's Parks and Rec. Anybody else have a question or concern about what I said? Okay, beautification committee. Y'all can stop me at any point. So beautification committee, again, because there is a liaison. Of course, that's, I was saying the chair, vice chair, and liaison. For that, then the same thing.
Meaning that chair, vice chair, and liaison be the interviewers?
Correct.
On all committees?
Basically, well, not in the exception, not planning. Planning board has 2 liaisons. If you have 2 liaisons, it can be the chair and the 2 liaisons, which is like for planning board. That's what you would do for planning board.
I think we need to be consistent.
Well, some of them have 2 liaisons, and some have 1 liaison.
It doesn't mean you can't do it. You just have 1 liaison out of the 2.
The chair, vice, well, I mean, huh? Right. I don't know. I think, I don't
Because
know
then you
about
have
that for
2
planning
people who
board.
can't
Planning
vote.
board and Board of Adjustment. Of course, Board of Adjustment has a chair, vice chair. Doesn't that what it said in Board of Adjustment?
Yeah.
But they only have the 1
I like the
liaison.
consistency, and then there's no longer this confusion as to what we do for each board. Right now, we got to go look at the ordinance to determine what it is we do every time there's a vacancy. So it'd be nice if we just knew that across the board, you've got, and every board or committee has at least 1 liaison. So liaison, chair, and vice chair. That's what I would support. I think that's a good move.
Vision for what to do if the chairman or the vice chairman or the interviewees, how the interviewing group would be selected. We need consistency there.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you said.
The committee chair, it's on. I need to speak into it. Okay. The chairman is not there, can't be there for interviews. So you have the vice chairman and the liaison. To have a 3-person interviewing committee, we have to have an apparatus for picking that 3rd person. So whatever that is, we need it, and it needs to apply to all the committees.
Couldn't
I
we
think
keep
you
that
were
up to
also-
the committee?
I
Could
think
we
where
keep
you-
that up to the committee?
I think where you were also going with that, Lo, is in the event that either the chair or vice chair were up for a reappointment, what would be the mechanism in place to add that 3rd interviewer?
Yeah. Well, the chair, it is already provided for in ordinance that if the chair of the planning board is up, then the vice chair is that person. That's already provided for.
Are we trying to get to three interviewers, or that's the goal? So then, who would be the 3rd in that case?
The other committee members, couldn't they
What-
just get one of the other
That-
committee members?
I think that's why it's been liaison, that it's been more specific.
What about,
Boards do we have 2 liaisons? Really, the planning
2?
board and the Board of Adjustments?
Board of
No.
Adjustment has
Oh,
1.
not Board of
It's the
Adjustments, planning board.
Parks and
At
Recreation.
Planning board and, right now, Parks and Recs, but that's an unusual, that's just how we did it.
If it got to be that point, you could either set the mayor to be the 3rd party, or you could have the staff liaison or staff.
I would prefer not to have staff involved in that.
But the mayor, the mayor could be the 3rd person, I guess. Yeah, I mean, either way. Yeah. So that would be easy and standardized and not be a personality issue.
Noted, thank you.
The purpose would, the mayor would serve on the committee if there was an absence of the three positions, right? The chair, vice chair, and liaison. But if one of those individuals was not available, the mayor would step in.
Should there be any conversation about uniformity of the interviewees? Let's assume you have 8 people that apply, and you have 3 different configurations that are interviewing those 8 people. Because
No.
you certainly could. You have 8 people that are applying, and depending on how their days or they're being interviewed, you could have different configurations of the 3 that we're interviewing. We just did that with the ABC board, okay? So it really happens. So the question I have is, I don't know that we can fix this. I'm just throwing it out for thought. Is there any interest in looking at that everybody who applies is interviewed by the same 3 people, as opposed to a different set halfway into the process? Now, there may be, somebody comes down with appendicitis, okay, there's some issue with that. But absent that, we should at least maybe just a sentence in there, we strive to have the same 3 interview everybody, something on that order. I've gone through a lot of assessment centers, and depending how big a group you can have 15 people looking at assessing people. And they assess them differently. And that's just, and it's a luck of the draw who you get when you're going for a promotional examination, on which assessors you get. Here, I'd like to have the same group of people consistent in what they're looking at.
It should be the same 3 people, and this should standardize it in a way that it's always those, and then has been my experience in interviewing with the planning board applicants is that we schedule it over 2 or 3 days, and and we work to that end. So I don't disagree.
I think if I'm not mistaken, it could be a situation where one of the interviewers was not, say the chair was not available one day and the mayor stepped in. Would the mayor then have to sit through all of the interviews?
Yes, I would say yes is the answer to that, because we don't, the mayor stepping in is not just because it's an inconvenient schedule. We work with everybody's schedule. The mayor stepping in is because somebody there's something bad wrong. I don't mean that in a bad way, but you know what I'm saying. There's a problem with being able to execute the whole process. That's what I think.
Tanya and I, as clerks, we do contact whoever's serving on the interview committee and try to make sure that the dates we schedule them are available to everyone involved. And with the exception of emergencies or somebody's traveling one day, it doesn't happen very often that it's not the same people.
That's why I'm saying, rather than make it codified, maybe we just put a sentence in there, is that we strive to do this, given human things,
And also looking at the term table for beautification, it's basically 4 and 4. So if there was a way for beautification, you could figure out how to make it more staggered over the actual 3-year period rather than 2-year period by, volunteering, getting them to extend or whatever. I think, right? Yeah. Okay. And any more questions about beautification one? Then on page 33, I think just so you know, for this chart, you've got the alternates at 2024. They're really 2026.
Which group are you looking at?
I'm at the historic preservation, the next one. You just got them in the wrong place. The 2 alternates are 3-year terms, so they would be the 2026. Okay. And then the next page, the alternate members do not have a regular voting privilege unless specifically indicated by a majority of the regular members. I'm not sure what's the criteria. Thank you. I'm looking for that word. What's the criteria for that conversation? I'm not quite sure.
I think I took it straight from the bylaws.
Well, and-
So, which is why it's confusing, but typically, if there's a member absent and they need another vote.
But
then
maybe
someone
if we
would
could
be-
just clarify that in a
absolutely.
way here that we then understand that that's, because part of, the only reason I'm saying this, and I think there should be a threshold about this, well, no, if their alternate members are also, okay, never mind. But yeah, that we need that clarification. I'm
It
sorry.
was the issue that came up at the planning
Yeah.
board discussion the last meeting.
Right.
Is that the chair was asking, could we do away with this official vote? And just, if the ETJ person is not there, then the ETJ person, we just say, for your benefit, the person taking the notes, this person is now voting. But now they have to, if I remember correctly, they have to go through a whole voting process to say, yeah, the alternate is allowed to vote this time because the other person's there. It's just taking a step out that's not needed, as long as the clerk who's taking the notes and the people in the audience understand why is that person talking today and was voting today and not voting yesterday.
The only thing is, I know in all the groups I've been with, they do vote, officially vote. It makes it very clear to the public that that person is going in as a voting member. So that's the only thing, and I know, Brady, I think you said we could go either way, but the biggest thing, especially with planning boards, is I think it needs to be as official as possible, that the members
the
are saying,
minutes.
we need an alternate, and this is who's going in. That's all.
Yeah, I agree, but I think all the committees could, if they've got an alternate situation, that they need to vote them in, because it needs to be in the minutes.
Well, just to go back to that same paragraph, the term preferred is used there as well. So it says alternate members may have preferred status for appointment
Yeah,
when regular
get
position
rid of
becomes
that.
available. So
Yeah, we
I
would
think
get-
that whole sentence could just be removed.
I want to be sure I understand what the city manager just said. The alternates don't vote unless there
They're
is no
voted.
voting, unless a full member has not voted. Okay. But did I understand in your training of us that alternates do have the opportunity to ask questions, participate in discussion and everything? Okay.
Correct. We need them to. Okay. All I had for that one,
You
historic.
got that preferred sentence.
Strike.
It was about the alternates indicated by a majority of regular members. It would be,
No, the next sentence,
next
the
sentence.
alternate members may have preferred status for appointment.
yes, that's coming out of everything.
Okay. Then the forestry committee, under 2-206, the alternate members do not have regular voting privileges and specifically indicated by a majority of regular members. And so that needs to just be adjusted there. That was that one.
I believe that this is a case where we need to update bylaws, because I
Oh, yeah.
don't think the bylaws include consulting members.
Well, I think all the bylaws
Well,
need,
yeah,
yeah.
but that in
So, yeah,
particular.
yeah. And then also the schedule for the staggered terms, if you can figure out, you've got 7 on one and 2 on another. If you can figure out how whoever's got the least time left, to see if they would be willing to extend it to 26 to see, so that you could then mix them up a bit.
Alderman Davis, were you suggesting the consultants have terms also? Okay.
No.
They are people who served on
Sure.
forestry for eons, know a lot, and can be called upon to come and share expertise, advice, help with pruning, so forth.
And then skipping over to local ABC board, second paragraph under 2-216, it says again, all new applicants will be interviewed by chair and Board of Aldermen liaison. So that would be chair, I guess, chair and vice chair and.
Section
Yeah.
to every
Gotcha,
ordinance.
gotcha. And then they were staggered. Then the planning board,
May I just add, just for a public record too, if there's not already a vice chair in that committee, there will have to be.
no, I know, and I think that's legitimate, but I thought they all had vice chair. Who didn't have a vice chair? Well, it calls for it in the bylaws.
The Board of
Chair
Adjustment
of
does.
beautification is Rob.
Yeah, I think, when I was looking at them, I think everybody is a chair and vice chair in there. I think secretary varied.
EC board does or not, but we can find out. I don't recall seeing that.
It's Zach Zulke, vice chair, I believe. I think. Zach. If not, he is now, right? So
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Robert.
Okay, for the planning board, the only, just a couple questions. One, and this is really a Brady question, so we have two alternates. We have an ETJ alternate and we have a city alternate. Is there any rule that says we can only read in the city alternate for a city member missing and the ETJ alternate for an ETJ member missing?
Yeah, I think that was asked, or 2 Thursdays ago. And I believe in the past it was the city alternate goes for the city absent member. Is that correct?
And so then the ETJ, I'm sorry.
That's how it's been done in practice, is you only, I don't know if there's wording that says that, but the ETJ person cannot fill in for the city person. They only can fill in for the ETJ person.
Okay. I
That's
just want to make
by
sure.
practice, but I'm not sure whether or not we should put some words in there.
I think it should be clarified, and the whole voting thing, so.
Thinking that we shouldn't do it that way? I mean, it makes sense to me to do it this way, but.
No, I just wanted
the
it clarified.
Alternates be able to just step in either way? I don't think that's fair, but I'd like to hear what others say.
Well, as you well know, there's been a lot of discussion about ETJ citizens having the right to be represented on things, especially on zoning things recently. And so I think we need to make sure that that nobody has the ability to say, I really don't. If the ETJ person is absent, the ETJ person takes over. And that eliminates any, plus it's a good selling point that we can say that the city of Southport fully embraces people in the ETJ having participation in zoning and the zoning adjustment board. They're
What-
on Parks and Rec. We give them a lot of participation, which apparently other jurisdictions may not do.
My other thing is then, if the city alternate is not in attendance of the meeting, then can we then read in that other alternate? Because the city alternate is, you know what I'm saying? So they're sitting there and not participating, but they're part of the whole process, and we don't have the city alternate to fill in for the missing city member, then I think the ETJ alternate ought to be able to participate, be able to vote it in. I don't know. That's why I was asking if there was a rule about it. Did they only, since we appoint them some differently, is there a rule? That's why I was trying to get to.
You make a good point.
I
Yeah,
agree
I'm
with
just
that.
reading the statute for ETJ representation on boards, and essentially says that the ordinance so provides the outside ETJ representatives may have equal rights, privileges, and duties with the other members of the board to which they are appointed. So I think it's in y'all's discretion. I don't think the statute says it one way or the other.
Okay. Well, I definitely think that they should have their participation. If the other city alternate isn't there, they need to be able to be ready and regardless.
But that would be different than if that city alternate was there. Okay.
A statement that said in the event that that particular alternate's not available, yeah.
And I think we've done that in beautification already, where the alternate filled in for the city.
Okay, and then the rest of that's that. Adjustment. That's all I've got.
I'm sorry. Do we want to put anything in here, as long as we're revising the ordinance, about attendance? And what happens if there is poor attendance?
It's in there.
It's in there.
Where is it? 3B, okay. All right, never mind.
I have one question, I guess specifically about the planning board, although from looking through here, I think this language is in some of the other boards. It says the liaison shall be entitled to all privileges except making a motion, voting, or holding office. It's been the practice of the planning board that the liaisons do not speak at the meeting or participate in any way, shape, or form. So, which would to me be in direct contravention of this statement. So I think we need to decide whether liaisons are allowed to participate or not.
I think liaisons should be allowed to participate, personally.
Should. Yeah, I do too, but not. Now, in the case of the planning board, to John's point, we don't speak in meetings. Unless if maybe somebody directed a question at us.
No, you're looking at the liaisons. You're talking about the.
He's talking about liaisons.
Oh, the liaisons? Okay, you're correct, yeah.
Yeah, he's talking about liaisons. So, but I will say in all the other committees, I think the functioning and success of those committees, the liaison act does participate on, as is stated here, and that's actually in some of the bylaws, existing bylaws, so there's a history of that being the case.
That the differentiation should be quasi-judicial versus advisory. So, planning board, historic commission, and board of adjustment, the liaisons probably should not speak.
The planning board's not quasi-judicial. Only the Board of Adjustment and the Historic Preservation are quasi-judicial.
Okay,
And I
right,
know from
right.
Board of Adjustment, Alderman Lombardi doesn't participate with that.
Unless I have a question, I will ask a question, but normally it gets answered over the.
I think
Fine.
that liaisons are more for guidance or to answer, but usually they do not say boo. For guidance, so if the planning board goes, gee, what do you think we should do? Other than that, they should not be saying anything, because then you become a part of that committee, and that's
Well, and that's how we do it. Now, you might need to say it that way.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be restricted if asked a question. I mean,
No,
Answer a question, but it would bias the meeting if they participated. It would take away time from the other members.
and there would be, in the case of these official committees like that, where the two that are quasi-judicial and the planning board, we're held to a certain standard of not giving an opinion and not giving an analysis before we get a recommendation. So, and I don't know how in practice with I guess because I'd have to look back and see with the commission, with the historic commission, about what the appeals process is and all that. I think the appeals to the Board of Adjustment, isn't it? Yeah, so.
So one of the many things that we don't have a policy on is exactly what the liaisons do. Because I asked that question of you. And so we don't have it. I was told, this is when I came on, this is what the liaisons do. They go there, and if the board, our board, has a question that they want, or information they want to convey, the liaisons give that. If the board you're sitting on wants to convey something to the alderman, they give it to you, and you come back and you convey it to us. The question I had is there any obligation on the liaisons to brief the alderman as to what's going on? And it does happen at times, but there's no obligation that I know of that makes you do that. So
Committee reports at every meeting. I mean, everybody gives a report. I mean, I guess you don't have to give your report, but I mean.
J on this Thursday, so it's after the manager's report, then committee reports.
Go
And we
through
go
and
down.
report. I
Yeah,
mean,
each
it's-
alderman gives their report.
I think we need to clarify this language about what the liaisons are supposed to do, because what I'm hearing is that for the planning board, what's in the UDO right now is not what's happening in practice and not what it appears a majority of the board wants to have happen in practice. So I think it needs to be clarified.
As a preference right now, I can try to incorporate something into here about them not having the same responsibilities or privileges as the other members, except when asked directly.
Yeah, or maybe just take the whole sentence, but take the whole part out about the planning. Just make it say the mayor shall appoint up to 2 aldermen to the planning board as liaisons, period, and then strike out who shall be entitled to all privileges except making a motion, voting, or holding office. And apparently that's in other boards too.
Let, from y'all's feedback, I'll let Dory take a stab at it, and we can craft language to get that right. But we just need clear direction on exactly what role the liaison, what you guys want the liaison to go and do. Because I do think Alderman Alt's correct that one of the main responsibilities is for that liaison to be the facilitator, whether it's from you all to the board and vice versa. So.
And this would just be for the quasi judicial and the planning board, removing it. That's how, because I think it needs to stay in the other, like the beautification committee and all that, because you work, so you're a worker in it too. I'm just telling you practically, I think it's good to allow that conversation. And it's in the bylaws as originally intended. It's not like we're adding something in.
On your agenda, but it's not ready, so we're going to pull, I think I would recommend you pull it for Thursday. We'll bring it back to you with all of these comments added in. Yeah, Randy and Dory have been spending a lot of time since I've gotten here, and I think they started before I was even here, so thank you to both of you.
All right, that was a very good discussion, and thank you for the hard work, the spreadsheet in particular. Now we have a defined way to move forward, and it's clear in terms of our liaison and what our alternates and that type thing. So this is good, and we'll continue to refine it and then bring it at the appropriate time. Item 8 is the review of the agenda of the regular board meeting. You have the you have it in front of you, and you see the consent agenda, and I don't think we need to go through each one. 3 of them are the minutes. We have a budget amendment on House Street. You've heard about that from Melanie. Filming ordinance, that's in your packet. That should be pretty straightforward, but if you want to give us a little bit on that.
We left, Randy and I, of course, are working on that as well. The only thing we changed was instead of having the fees as part of the ordinance, we referred them to the fee schedule. Yeah.
The rest are minutes, and you have those in your packet. So under item H on the agenda, we have the Ball Head Island Transportation Authority update. Mr. Powell will be here to give us his update on that. The police department,
Will we have the opportunity to ask questions of the Bald Head Island Transportation Authority?
yes, absolutely, he'll be here.
representative?
Yes, he'll be here, and questions, comments, absolutely. And then city manager, police department, city hall space feasibility, architect selection.
Yeah, we received 8 proposals. We interviewed 4. It was both Toms, both Major and Chief Coring, Dory and I, and we would highly recommend, let's see, Mosley Architects. Not only did they have the experience, but sometimes all being equal, you have to make sure, are they going to work with us as a team, and is it the right personalities or whatever? And we really felt that they did an excellent job in their presentation, so that's who we're recommending to move forward. And we do have, based on their proposal, we have enough money in the budget to do that, and then we can get started on this.
The wastewater treatment plant debt, we heard about that, and we just need to decide if we're willing to move forward, and we heard about the feasibility study. Anything you'd like to add to that, City Manager?
No, unless there's questions for Travis.
Any
No.
questions for Travis Henley from the board?
I have a question. Instead of having it as wastewater treatment plant debt, would you like me to change that to resolution for consideration as far as the merger feasibility and all that?
No, I don't think we need to do
Okay.
that.
In the preliminary plat, Oakton subdivision. Okay, Travis and
I have a
Any questions
request
for
for
Travis?
us. Could we get a 12 by 14 version of this to print out, a printout of that? for
Absolutely.
The meeting, thank you.
No, that's good. Okay, so Brady, in our workshop about the breakdown of the Board of Aldermen versus the Planning Board, lack of any land use rationale. And I know I talked to Bonnie about that I would have questions about the tree ordinance and the application of it with regard to Oakton, and I understand permit choice, so that was the conversation, so I understand what that means. But it says, apart from discrimination, governing boards have fairly broad discretion for making land use decisions. And then skip to, but there are some valid land use, there must be some valid land use rationale for that decision. So that's my handout that we got in that session. So this is my question. I go back, so permit choice that they're allowed would refer back to the UDO that was in force 9/23/20. It was adopted then, so that they would fall under that by permit choice. So my question is, in the past, we had it was Premier Homes that did over on Burrington, it's called the Haven, I believe. The planning board, and it is in the minutes explained, after the planning board reviewed the plan, they requested that the developer save an additional 20 to 25 trees. The engineers and developers were able to save an additional 32 trees and 4 more on the periphery of the track. They're also planning to almost double something else. But anyway, so when I look at, this is my question, and it's really for you. So when I look at the ordinance as it existed when this was filed, when their application was filed, under 318, under tree protection, it says, in general, the overarching goal of this section is to proactively manage the City of Southport's urban maritime forest and its tree canopy. This management will take the form of tree preservation when at all possible and mitigate through the replanting of trees when others must be removed. That's what that says. And then you go to the next page, the last paragraph in that section. For all these reasons, the City of Southport places great value on our urban maritime forest and the tangible and intangible benefits that it provides. This section provides a plan to ensure that existing trees are protected, in particular our heritage live oaks, and at the same time provides guidelines for mitigation through the replanting of native species when it is necessary to remove trees. Then you skip down to purpose. The purpose of this ordinance is 2B, to prevent the indiscriminate removal of trees and ensure mitigation when trees are necessarily removed. So while we don't have, as you go through the rest of the ordinance, we have something under tree protection during construction that certainly shows our intent, which is a major objective of this section is to encourage the preservation of existing vegetation wherever possible by allowing quality development to take place. As a result, the measures are required for preserved trees during the construction process. So there's language like that, and then the removal of any under mitigation, the removal of any regulated tree located with any setback, specimen tree must be mitigated. Never mind, that's just a mitigation conversation. So that's what I'm looking at, trying to see. It says all preserved regulations. Okay, it clearly to me is the intent of this is for developers to preserve trees. So basically, my observation, and correct me, Travis, if I'm wrong, Oakton is basically clear cutting with the exception of around the perimeter of that property.
Yes, it was explained to us that by virtue of the grading work that they need to do to make their stormwater system work, that necessitates essentially clear cutting. Yes.
So I guess I'm just concerned that I feel like we have, and it may be that this language isn't something we can enforce, and that's really a legal question, but it certainly feels like to me that that we should be able to have this conversation and have them, there are trees that are in the side setbacks. So you're saying because of so I guess what I would like is for our staff or someone to tell us that it is necessary to remove all those trees, because to me, we've stated in our ordinance what our values are, and that it's not arbitrary. So that's my question.
I agree.
Well, yeah, and I think the bigger question there is, can we, this board, say no? Can we deny this request and send it back with the idea that they need to preserve trees?
Well, I don't know if I can say that on the spot. Well, let me first go and.
No, I'd let Brady go.
I just was going to, the ordinance that you read, that was in effect when they submitted their application. Because that had a lot of subjective language in there that it gives me a lot of heartburn of what we can go and try to enforce on them now, right?
That's what I'm asking you. I'm
Yeah,
giving you this.
I mean, I hate to go and give legal advice without being given all the information, but that gives me heartburn. Of the language of that doesn't have much teeth into it.
But that's what you're stuck with.
Because what specific regulation are we trying to go and enforce besides the purpose and intent, right? But, this is where a lot of times I try to defer on not to defer it back on Travis, but I mean, they're the ones that having to go and interpret and apply the ordinance all the time. So, again, it's, how is the tree ordinance, he wouldn't know how it's necessarily applied in the past when they went and submitted their application, but what are we doing moving forward now with the tree ordinance?
Well, the tree ordinance has been amended probably 3 or 4 times at least since this application first came in. I mean, part of this issue is this application is rather old. Why is it just now getting to the alderman for the first time? But that piece of this notwithstanding, in my experience, a purpose and intent statement is only to set up the regulations that follow and to provide context as to why the regulations that follow are the way that they are. I've seen projects in past lives that have been denied in an administrative approval based on a purpose and intent statement, and every time that decision was reversed. Only one of them got to court. The other one's the Board of Adjustment reversed. But the other thing to remember is that in a subdivision action, in an administrative, for a subdivision particularly, and Brady, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe an appealing applicant can appeal directly to Superior Court, and they don't have to bother with the Board of Adjustment.
I have a lawsuit against Durham County, exact same thing.
Doesn't it, when it
On a
says
purpose and
when
intent statement.
necessary, doesn't that kind of giving everybody an opening? It says when necessary, so if he is saying that he can't properly grade it for water, when this is a when necessary situation, isn't it?
And remember, we all know, we want to avoid selective enforcement too, right? So that's, again, where the subjective language, it starts really getting gray, because you did it to them and not, you didn't do it to the other guy back in whenever this application, but you're having us go and adhere to the tree ordinance. Again, it's playing devil's advocate, but that's some of the things we got to keep in mind. Another thing too is, did this application get put on hold by the applicant for 6 months or more? Or did they stop responding to staff comments and questions, and that's before your time too? Does anybody have an answer to that question?
I can do my best to find out, but at this point, we're going back.
Yeah, and
years
I don't think
to
this
previous
board,
staff.
if anybody was on it, that's still on at the time, would know that either, because that'd be behind the scenes. Again, this is what the statute says, so that way permit choice would not apply. It would actually apply to when their application resumed, if it did get put on hold for 6 months. The statute says it's either put on hold or they stop answering questions and comments from the city or the municipality. But I don't, you go to court on that, who makes that determination? Somebody on staff that's been there the whole time? It'd be kind of hard to prove, but in any event, that's what the statute says. I'd be happy to go and take a look at that previous ordinance more, and certainly could talk with Travis.
Travis, do
I've
you,
been here long enough.
Tom Z has stormwater experience?
Yes, as does Bob Jarvis as well.
I'm sorry?
The other part-time in Bob Jarvis, he does as well.
Yeah, but Tom Z is involved in this one. So my question is, during the conversations in the subgroups, they talked about what happened in the hammocks when they raised the land to be able to cover the utilities. And they're going to raise the land in this development on the same street, Stewart Street, to cover the utilities, because the water table is close to the top of the surface. And when the hammocks did that, it caused flooding. Now, I understand the answer that you gave me, that after this is all done and said, and now we have flooding, that it's between the two landowners. But I would like to make sure somehow that Tom Z was aware of the first flooding due to the raise of the land, and that he actually goes out there and he figures out how he's going to do it. I'm not going to tell him how to do his job. But he goes out, he figures out that we allowed to have happen, because these two developments are right next to each other. And I don't want to flood yet another house on Stewart Street and then leave it to the two landowners to battle it out in the courts when we could have stopped it from the very beginning. And we're only going to do as much as humans possibly can figure out. I understand that, but I just want to make sure that Tom Z is aware of the issue and he looks at it. Thank you.
I have you got anything else, Karen? I have a specific question about Oakton and the ingress off of Stewart. How wide is that street, the pavement, and does it have, are they extending the sidewalks out there as well? I mean, there's no sidewalks on Stewart, so okay.
Stewart.
That seems unnecessary to me. I mean, I think we want to try to make that ingress as small as possible and remove as few trees as possible and create, as small a possible a footprint in there and as small a possible disruption to the surrounding area. Is there any way we can modify that at this point?
I think the question could certainly be asked. The sidewalk, based on the site plan, the sidewalks have been closed into the narrower street, but there are also utility lines that are outside of the sidewalk as well.
Would already be coming down because of the utilities that would already be being affected. For me, the connectivity of the sidewalks, at least people will be able to come and go and capture sidewalk opportunities with that. What I'm wondering is if there are trees there, maybe we could ask them to consider something that would be more accommodating, rather than sometimes what I've observed with what the 211 corridor is, they're just doing this when maybe they could have done this. And I just wonder if maybe the sidewalk maybe you could talk to them about that, if there are any other trees that could be preserved there.
Yeah, I think that the issue and what Travis is saying is that they're going to come in and cut these trees down, and then they're going to bring in a bunch of dirt from somewhere else to raise this land up to a point where they can accomplish what it is they want to accomplish there. So you can't meander so the idea, this was very this land is very wet. It's been very wet for a long time. It was very wet when they purchased it. So it's unfortunate that they bought it and thought that they could come in and cut down all the trees and then bring in dirt from somebody else, somewhere else. And maybe they're going to get to do that. I don't know.
Ironically, it is the subdivision that led us to the current version of the tree protection ordinance, because the developer had asked the question, if I arrange the pattern of the streets so that we don't cut down some live oaks and other heritage trees, can we reduce the mitigation for other trees that we lose? And that got embedded into the new ordinance. And yet apparently they're not going to save any trees.
So what alternative does this board have in this regard?
Well, there's nothing stopping anyone from asking questions. What I'll say, though, is that the planning board, the review committee, staff, we have asked all of these questions multiple times as well. So I know the connection to Stewart has been a hot topic. I know that the tree the tree removal has been a thing, but the way it's been explained to us, in order for this project to be a 100-year certified stormwater project, which they are certifying that they're going to meet, that level of grading for the site is necessary to then provide that level of flow to the pond that it can retain at the 100-year, 24-hour event.
So they're saying that, as Alderman Alden mentioned, that Stewart will not be flooded on the other side if they're able to do this in this way.
The way that they're designing it.
Is that your understanding? Yeah. Right.
Well, and technically, that previous subdivision that caused that issue, its stormwater should have protected from that. But it didn't.
Yeah.
Okay.
We know what the issue is. We know why it did not work. And I don't want to repeat it.
That's my point. We really want to make sure that, so if our engineer can look at this, or may already have, but this just, we cannot have a repeat event of flooding those people on Stewart Avenue or backs up into the hammocks or just where. We just, and I agree with you, Pro Tem, on the connectivity. That's important. That would make it a nice neighborhood, but we just cannot have ponds in people's backyards.
We'll make sure that when staff gets up to the board on Thursday night and presents this, that we hit on these issues.
Okay.
And we'll also make sure that the applicant is aware that they're going to get some questions, and they need to be ready to answer them as well.
Just,
Travis, at the board, we can do one of two things, right? Like, give us our options.
Well, at this point, staff and the planning board have both found that it meets the standards of the ordinance as applicable to it as written. There's nothing stopping the board from asking questions, and if the applicant is willing to go back and do studies, there is nothing that is stopping you all from tabling it to your next meeting or at some subsequent point in the future. But if they say no, we're locked in on this. That's where our dear city attorney probably needs to be consulted.
Basically saying that we have no choice other than to vote yes?
It's an administrative process.
Yeah, it kind of just goes back to a little bit of the 4 different land use decisions. Administrative is, it's either a yes or a no. As simple as that can sort of go and be. And that's a little bit of where we're at right now is, for example, the tree ordinance, whether that can apply or not, right? But Travis is exactly right. Number one, asking questions, see if they go and concede to anything, and from there, can always go and table it for them to go and do a revised subdivision site plan for it to come back, next month.
But
I mean, you
if
hope
they
that-
don't, if they don't agree to make any revisions, what are our legal options?
That all stems of whether the subdivision meets the ordinance.
We'll ask questions. It does meet the ordinance, and we'll take them there and see if they will in some way help to save more trees. Okay. All right, thank you, Travis. And then we have the Lookout Point is item 5, and then Highland Park's item 6. So anything on those?
Well, two final plats. The first one, Lookout Point, is splitting one lot into 2 lots, but by virtue of the definitions in the UDO, it's considered a major subdivision. And so both the preliminary plat was already approved by this board, and now the final plat is ready for your approval as well. Highland Park is a lot closer to a traditional final plat that the board would approve, 19 lots that kind of finish out the Highland Park community near Stewart and Atlantic Avenue extension. That project's been moving for some time, and as was the case with the last final plat I brought to the board, and as will be the case for a lot of the projects, at least in the near future, these projects are subject to old versions of the UDO that are a lot different than what we have currently. If we were to start a new project today and how these things would come before you, it would be a lot different. We're still trying to work with these old ordinances and do the best we can.
Tra-
No, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Travis, I forgot this one question for Oakton. Am I reading it right that there's, whatever the number is, 43, whatever the number of lots, they're at 6,000 square feet per lot?
No, they should all be 10,000.
Okay, because I saw 43 lots at 6,000. I didn't know what the 6,000 said.
Do you remember which page that was on?
I actually might be able to tell you that. I believe it's page 69.
Of course, I don't have page numbers on this one. Is there a heading?
Oh, no, now you're asking me for something.
Sorry. There's a section that, on the second page of the staff report,
Because it said 42 lots at 6,000, and I didn't know what the 6,000 number meant.
I'm not sure. Under dimensional requirements, it says per section 3.9, there's minimum lot size of 10,000 square feet. And based on the plat,
Rather than us playing cut and peck, how about after this meeting, I'll figure out what page it is, I'll send it to you.
yeah, that's fine.
I just want to make sure that we're not actually, if it's supposed to be R10, that we're not doing R6.
Well, if I can tell, if we missed that, oof, that's a much bigger problem. But I mean, just standing here looking at the plat, I don't see any that are smaller than 10,000. And it would be, you've got a bunch of site plans in this packet, but the only lots that are smaller than 10,000 square feet are open space lots.
Okay, thank you. Alley abandonment, item 7, North Castle.
The only kind of nuance to this one, the board saw this and sent it to the planning board for their review and feedback, and the planning board, they reviewed it and ultimately could not come to consensus on a recommendation. Neither the committee nor the full planning board could come to a recommendation. So it is back in front of you with no recommendation from the planning board. So I know the applicant will be there, and certainly will be able to answer any questions. But all you're voting on with this is a resolution of intent to abandon. If you vote yes on that, a whole separate statutory process begins that includes a public hearing with this board before an actual decision is made.
Yeah, Travis, I called you about another situation in town, because these alleys do exist. I don't think we've abandoned any alleys. Is that your belief? There's no other situation where we would have?
Certainly not in the recent past, no.
Okay. And so I had a question about who cleared these, who can clear these alleys, because in many cases, there's debris, trees, et cetera, that exist within them. So it's based on our conversation, I believe it's the individual homeowner's responsibility to maintain them?
Well, as of right now, the city is not maintaining them. So in terms of I don't know that there's a distinct responsibility on property owners to maintain them, but if they wanted to use them, then theoretically they could, as long as all the other ordinance requirements are being met. So if there's a regulated tree in the alleyway and it's on public property, then we end up kind of stuck based on the requirements of the tree ordinance.
Okay.
So.
Just be clear, if there's an alley, the adjoining property owner can't enter our property and just start clearing it off, can they?
It depends on what's there. I mean, in terms of removing trees, no, but if they wanted to use the alleyway for access to their property, and they otherwise could, I don't see how we could stop. It's the same as a right-of-way.
So my question is, because at that last meeting, went outside and got an earful. So there seems to be a perception by some that when requests were made in the past, they were denied. And so my question really is, do we have an idea of what we want to do with all of these alleys? Do we want to abandon them all? Do we want to turn them into bike paths? Do we want to do something with them? Do we have a strategy? Or are we just going to wait for one homeowner to say, I would like this little piece in front of, behind me to be abandoned, and we vote on that? Or do we have a strategy on what we want to do? I don't really know. I really don't have a piece of paper in front of me that says, are these alleyways able to be used for the public good because they run such a long distance that we can use them? Because originally, those alleyways went all the way down to the waterfront. People have put fences in front of them. I've looked at some of those places, and that's like the encroachment on the right-of-ways. I'm not concerned about the fence. We can knock it down. But before we approve this, I would like us to take a look at the whole thing and say, what are we doing with alleyways? Because there may be some other value for them, as opposed to abandoning it and let one landowner have it so he can have a bigger backyard.
There's no long-range plan or anything that's been put together. I mean, that's not been requested of staff to do that.
And I think in the absence of that, we shouldn't be abandoning any.
Anything.
That's
And I'm
Yeah.
fine with
Yeah.
doing a study, but we got a whole lot bigger fish to fry for the
I mean,
foreseeable future.
Well, if we can't do it because we got so many things in the air, and I agree with you, we probably do. My thought would be, I would deny this until such time as we can get the time and energy and money to go do the full study and figure out what we're going to do.
but it's not a priority, yeah.
just-
It's not a priority for us right now, just saying.
Right, it's not a
Right, I
priority.
agree. I agree with you, Alderman Alt.
Anybody know if we formally abandoned Hillcrest Avenue that runs between Clarendon and Burrington? Runs behind a lot of houses, and they have pretty much taken over that and there's grass, there's all kinds of things there now. Used to be that you could drive along there or bicycle, and now it has been taken over by the property owners. I don't recall whether we ever, not Caswell, Clarendon and Burrington, the houses that face on Brown, is that right? Yes, on Brown, and behind them is Hillcrest, and then it continues over to Caswell. Well, on the part that is between Clarendon and Burrington is all private property now for all, and no, you can't drive, you can't bike, you can't really walk. So did we ever abandon that? I don't recall, not in my time. So now
Abandoned
before us is
anything.
a decision, what do we do when alleyways have been just, assumed to be private property? Kind of gets us into the same issue that we have with rights of way.
Yeah, Travis, the other, you mentioned the protected trees. I think, and I struggle with the idea, the intent of these alleys were.
For ice. In the old days.
Right, and so.
There, right? You see my ice there.
So for me, I think that I would struggle to not be able to open these up for that purpose, for ice deliveries. But just a thought. Right. I mean, there's a ton of stuff that could be done. I'm struggling because I understand the tree ordinance and I'm, a proponent of that. But in the same way, what was the intent, and how can we go back to that? How can we use that for that purpose? I think, based on all the evidence that we've been presented on this idea in the past, that I couldn't agree with abandoning any
Lots of towns do that. They just don't want to deal with it or maintain it or have liability for it, so, they just offer it up, and usually the abutting property owners have a chance to take it. So, yeah, it happens all the time.
Do you have anything to add, Counselor?
I was just going to say, I usually see it when subdivisions go and get built and like a certain section doesn't, so the road stops essentially and is supposed to be built out to like a cul-de-sac, so municipalities will go and essentially quit claim that portion of it so they don't have to take over any sort of responsibilities and it'll be a private road.
Thank you. So this is different from the other situation where they have not met something in the UDO and that we have to do it. This is totally different. That's what I was thinking. This is totally different. All right, good. Kingsley Park bid acceptance and authorization.
That's just a project that, obviously, you all know that Kinsley Park, we got the money from FEMA. We got 3 bids, and Heather's recommending. It's a high bidder, but it's an excellent person who has done work for the city and done great work. And after Taylor Park, I would think we'd all like to do that, wouldn't we?
That's good. Item 9, build-out study project.
You want me to start or you start?
As we've been discussing a number of times, we're trying to figure out what our future needs would be, whether they're electricity or they are water or they're sewer. And so the question I've asked for 3 years now is, how many lots are still left undeveloped within the city confines that, given current zoning, whatever they are, we haven't changed the zoning. And this is where I will take the hit because I failed to communicate this to the manager. And how many lots are in the ETJ that fall into that same thing, whether they're commercial or whether they're residential. Until we know that number, I don't know how we make decisions on longer-term things, what electrical substations will look like, what our capacity will need for sewer or water, assuming that we still are in that game. And so there is a document that came in from COG that said that they would do that for us for, I think, $14,500. So when I had a conversation with the manager about that, the pros and cons of doing that, I'm going to let her explain the other study that she would like to do, which will take 2 years to do, right, 2 years? Yeah, something like that. But this study will only augment that study. It's not in competition with that study. And I'll turn over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, basically, build-out studies are done to see, how many dwelling units you're going to be able to get on all the land that's available. You will find in the budget that you're going to be receiving, hopefully within the next week, a request for $100,000 for a comprehensive master plan, which I think most of you know has got to be done. It's been way too long. So the question becomes, do you do the build-out study now, and then you'll have, based on your current master plan, or do you wait, or you do both, I guess you could say, do the comprehensive plan and then do the build-out study. Comprehensive plan does not happen overnight. It's a long process, so it's not like you're going to wait a year. I've seen them go 1.5 to 2 years, especially if you're going to, as I know you want to do, involve the public in this entire thing. So that's just the kind of the pros and cons. You could do one now. That will only be as good until you do the comprehensive master plan, and then you may have to update the build-out. So that's the dilemma.
Concerns is that if one's going to take 1.5 to 2 years to do, we have a lot of decisions between now and then. And I think we need to know, I would have thought we've already had this, but we need to know, what does our total build-out kind of look like right now, given the current zoning, if we were to maximize that. Because if we're going to be discussing substations with other developers and stuff like that, we would need to know how big this has to be able to accommodate the next set of development.
What I would say about that is, I like the idea of doing the comprehensive plan. One, it's going to designate our priorities as far as land use. That, number one, so those numbers may change. The other thing I would say is utilities. While we can certainly plan whatever that means, utilities are driven by development. So a project, the reasoning is that we want the people who are going to use it to pay for it. So how we plan, my understanding is, and I'm certainly open to any input, is, and I hear what you're saying, but the idea of just, we're going to create a plan now and it's going to influence these, we have near-term decisions, but I think long-range planning decisions, I think that's a different process. But I would, rather than spend money now, I know that staff, I'm under the impression, and maybe I'm making this up, John, but I'm under the impression at one point staff spoke about the areas in town that, and approximate numbers of what could be developed. And I don't know, I may have dreamed it, but I swear I thought I was told that.
I think that was more related to kind of actual projects that had either been submitted,
Mentioned, or
discussed,
maybe that's
talked
what it
about, or
is.
whatever, sort of the pipeline of actual projects as opposed to the theoretical
Right.
what could happen.
600 that are in some
Form of, maybe, that's what it is, okay.
There's a lot more lots.
Right, right.
I shouldn't say a lot. There are some more lots, I don't have no idea what number that is, that are way beyond the 600 number. And I was trying to figure out, how do we make future
No, I hear what you're saying.
We got to make decisions in the next 2 years, and we really don't have the data
Well-
to make decisions on, even if we're negotiating with someone. What is it that we want them to then contribute, what do we have to contribute, what to build substation, electrical substation? We're not just talking about their development, we're talking about all the possible build out, and we should build a substation, because we don't build them very often, to have enough capacity to do that. And I don't know what that capacity number is, because no one can seem to put their finger on, given current zoning, how many lots are there?
I think we also, that part of this would have to be a high-low. The current zoning, what does that allow? But if we allowed PUDs, et cetera, different zoning,
Yeah.
then what do we end up with? And of course, we don't know what the legislature's going to do concerning some of the development
But that's not what
regulations
the
that we
study
might
would
lose.
do. That study would only do what you have right now, based on the master plan.
Existing zoning.
Correct.
Okay.
Bonnie, I apologize for my ignorance, but perhaps you could help me better understand what exactly the comprehensive master plan is going to include.
They're a lot of fun. So you're really putting together a whole master plan of what you want this city to look like in the next 10 years, 15 years. And you really incorporate input from not just citizens, but you want to see, what types of business you want to have, what types of zoning are you going to have, what do you want this community to look? It's really intense, and it's really comprehensive. And so what direction are you going to give to staff, especially Travis, in saying, this is the way we want our city to look in 20 years? So here's the master plan, park and recreation. They'll look at everything of what we want this city to look like.
I would assume that this would also address yacht basin and traffic directions, all of
I don't know if it gets that, they
Okay.
don't get that.
Lord, I was trying to put it off on somebody.
I'm not taking away from
Even the master plan doesn't want to look at the traffic direction. They called me yesterday.
No, it's a general.
It's the CAMA land use plan.
Oh, yes.
Update
yes,
is what that is.
And so,
I can
you
get you
said-
some examples of
yeah,
other towns.
if you would, that would be awesome. And you said a year and a half to 2 years, and I would assume that you'd stay involved until it's complete.
No. but you tried.
All right, so we know that we are going to embark on a needed comprehensive master plan. We talked about that before. And that is a great step forward. So we need to decide at this next meeting whether or not we want to do the build-out study and the $14,000 to pay for that. Is that correct, Alderman? All around $14,000 roughly?
14.5, yeah.
I just want to confirm that I understood your conversation with you. This 14,000 would not just be for this one plan. The data that is collected could be used for the comprehensive plan as well, as to what the current status is.
What the current status, yes.
So it's not, it can be used as a research tool for the next thing that goes on. Because I too kind of balked at the 14,000 until I realized that, well, it could be used to help support the second document.
Sorry.
Well, I was just going to ask if city staff is capable of giving us some idea of build-out.
Well, I mean, in the short time I've been here and the times I've watched your meetings before I even got here, you guys would always go back and forth on, no, it's this many, lots, it's that many, it's approximately, and that's what the build-out study will stop, the approximately kind of thing. So give me your question again, I'm sorry. That's a lot of work, and we've got so much going on right now. And I will also just tell you, comprehensive master plans are done with a consultant's help. That is not done by staff alone, by any means.
I have a question for Travis. Travis, would you find this study helpful in your search for a new comprehensive plan?
Well, I think it dovetails very well into it. It's a great point of comparison when you're reviewing a new land use plan. So yeah, CAMA plan, like we're required by statute to do a CAMA plan. We're just going above and beyond that now with this. But it's a great point of comparison. And the other piece of this is that we could go through the whole comprehensive plan process and end up with a future land use map that doesn't look that different than what we have now. But at least, of course, we'll know that it's much more in tune with the public in 2023 as opposed to 2014. So then that build-out analysis becomes even more important. You already have a leg up on that work.
So was that yes?
It,
yes, it would be more helpful.
So
I just want to make sure I understand. Was that yes?
Administrative or yes, no? I think that's what the attorney said. Yes, no, administrative.
Good one. Yes.
Good discussion. All right, very good discussion. Thank you. Item 10, we're removing. Item 11, MasterCard, don't leave home without it. So
Yeah, Brandon is doing the budget, so I said, you go back and do the budget. So credit card policy, we are asking to switch over to a new company. We kind of had talked to you a little bit about this. The company, the credit card itself is with our current banker, who we do business with anyways. But the more important part is we want to whittle down how many of those credit cards are out there. We definitely, to me, have way too many, so let's bring them down to they're more manageable. But also, we're asking you to increase the limits, because what's happening now is somebody will want to go charge something. They're not even sure what the balances are. Now we've overextended ourselves on a credit card, and we have to get permission, and it's a nightmare. So I've asked every department head, could you live within your means if you get this one credit card with this limit? They've all said yes, so we'll see if they could actually really do that. So anyways, I think it's going to make us much more efficient, plus the new software. They're going to be able to go in on an app and actually check and see, oh, what's my limit and what do I got?
What about accepting credit cards? Where do I guess during COVID, we waived the fees if you pay your city bills by credit card, and that's still in effect? Is that
I
gonna
don't know. That I don't know.
continue on forever, or what are we doing?
I don't know, but I'll find out.
Thank you. If we do charge a fee for taking a credit card, it needs to be a lot, it would be nice if it were a lot less than it used to be. I mean, it was like $5 or something. I mean, it was kind of, it was, no, we're not right now, but I mean, I think we
but
need
it
to make a
needs to cover
decision
our
on
cost.
what we're doing.
Because
Well, I hope our costs aren't $5. If they are, we need to
That's-
find a better way to do it.
that's, but whatever that is, it needs to cover our costs.
We'll check into, actually, we could, check with the credit card company we're going to be switching over to, right?
All right, excellent. And then item 12, Yacht Basin traffic pattern. That's on the agenda. You just make a decision. You just vote. You go down there, you look at it yourself. We have the Yacht
I am
Basin
not saying a word.
mobility. You have the Yacht Basin.
Oh, it's got your name on it.
Mobility study. And you take it from there. City manager, you have anything you'd like to say? Anyone would like to comment? Save it for the meeting Thursday, or comment now, whatever you like.
Maybe real quickly that I'm in favor of keeping it one way but reversing the direction. And we're going to have to put something up at the intersection of Bay and Caswell to prevent people from turning right off Caswell onto Bay. But I think that makes
Chief
the
Drew,
most sense.
I know Chief Coring and Chief Drew are dead set against that. You want to address it, Chief Drew?
First floods.
Since you directed me
I
to.
know.
If you reverse it to one way, what are you going to do when the tides are up and Bay and Caswell is flooded? Then you're going to have people turning around and going the wrong way on a one-way street. So reversing it is not going to be an option. That is going to cause more problems. Right now, if somebody is traveling in that direction and they get to Bay and Caswell, they can divert around that. But if they're coming the opposite direction, you're coming down Moore Street and you get to the end of Moore Street and you make a left and it's one way and you get to Frying Pan and you see there's water. People are going to drive through it. They're going to get in trouble.
Point.
They're not going to be able to turn around, because if they turn around, then they're going the opposite direction on a one-way street. And they're going to come into play with somebody that's coming. So that's not a valid option.
Because we have it, I don't think city, if I'm not mistaken, at our last meeting, we really didn't have this open discussion with city staff. So perhaps the recommendation from city staff is for us to.
Two-way.
I'm sorry. Oh, I'm interrupting. Just, that wasn't my understanding. I thought city staff said you could do it either way. I thought that was.
That what?
You could do it either way.
Look, we're at a point, I'm going to be really serious with you guys. We don't even want to talk about it anymore. So when the question is, what's your recommendation? We've said it before, it's two-way, but at this point, we don't care, because now the season is on. And if you're going to stick with one way, I've got literally Tom Z, Tom S, ready to get down there Friday morning and get this done safely. So you've got to stop looking at us, make a decision. That is your role. That is me being my bossy little self. But seriously, all of us have said this. We do not want to hear these two words again. We will do whatever you want. That's what the staff is here for. We're ready. Friday morning, you go one way. We are out there getting it done.
My vote is one way like it is right now, and do not change it.
Yeah, we'll, just save it for the vote and Thursday. And, yes, no further discussion really needed, but go down there and look at it again. Talk, you can call each other, talk among yourselves, however you want to talk to the citizens. But we vote Thursday. We're not tabling it, okay? Not putting it on the table, okay. So that is the agenda review, and I appreciate everyone going through that. And this has been an excellent meeting. City Manager, do you have any comments?
Both of us. I said to him,
Okay. Okay, it's,
Can I point out that I'd like to point out that various citizens have said to me, they resent the fact that we have raised their taxes, we're raising their utility rates, and we are enjoying pizza and desserts and everything on their dime. Just think about that. I mean, it is really something to think about. How are we using the people's money?
excellent. Any board comments? Anyone? Okay. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for this, this meeting. I want to thank our citizens. Jean, thank you for sticking it out. Ms. Kirkman, thank you for staying the whole meeting. First Lady, thank you. Thank you, staff, for being here. Thank you, board. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.